but they never forget the one who stood still. Neo-X. They shoot with the comments, edits, lies on replay. Algorithms loaded trying to scare me away. Everybody cheer for the loudest with rage, but fear and respect is just rent on the stage. They chasing the moment, I'm building a case. Screenshots, timestamps, truth got a face. They fire off clips, I don't flinch, I don't run. I stand in the light right in front of the gun. They said stay quiet, nah, I decoded the code. Agent Smith energy stuck in the mold. I'm Neo-X glitching, I've been what they see. Truth moves slow, but it hit eventually. Everybody gon' respect this shooter till the noise died down and the lights start muting. I stood in front of the gun, I ain't move, I ain't run. Now my name live longer than the trigger he pull, yeah. Cloud fade fast, true move forever. Digital smoke can't bury my record. They respect the shooter for a moment in time, but I live in the future, my legacy fine. They dark power deep when they scared of a mirror. Attack the messenger, never the error. Screens full of hate, but the facts stay clear. Mob deep volume, truth don't yell at a peer. They tried to erase me, but archive remember. Receipts don't expire, they age like embers. Years from now, they gon' replay this scene. Who lied for clicks, who stood on principle clean. They need a crowd, I just need one truth. Pressure reveal what people really do. When the dust settle and the smoke all gone, they gon' quote my words when they say she was strong. Everybody gon' respect the shooter till the mob disperse and the man start losing. I stood in front of the gun, I ain't move, I ain't run. Now my name live longer than the trigger he pull, yeah. Cloud fade fast, truth move forever. Digital smoke can't bury my record. They respect the shooter for a moment in time, but I live in the future, my legacy fine. They thought silence was weakness, but silence is strategy. I let the lies talk, while the truth take notes. Segment fire in my chest when I speak. Calm voice, but my presence be heat. 0 to X, watch the power flip. From nothing to infinite, don't trip. They call me zero like that was a diss. Whole universe start from emptiness. Binary code, ones and zeros align. I exist in the gap with truth been time. I ain't chase respect, I ain't beg for love. I just stood 10 toes when it got rough. History don't side with the loudest drum. It side with the one who ain't fall when it comes. Everybody gon' respect this shooter till the fear wear off and the truth maneuver. I stood in front of the gun, I ain't move, I ain't run. Now my name live longer than the trigger he pulled. Yeah, legacy X where the lies can't reach. They tried to bury me, planted a seed. Respect be rented, truth be forever. Neo-X standing, now remember who never folded. Digital mobs fake. Truth don't rush. And legacy belongs to the one who stood still. Neo-X.
While you've been sitting up here trying to win and look at nigga, I'm getting ready to become God. I'm not God, but I'm finna get ready to become it. I'm finna connect back to it. I'm not wasting my time on y'all shit. 2026 is looking pretty bright. I got shit to do. I got things to get accomplished. I ain't got time to be this little petty shit. Amora is the one who I'm supposed to expose. Amora is the one who's surfing I gotta chop off the head of. Not you, not her means. Y'all ain't shit. Y'all don't really move nothing. You just an echo chamber to her. You a tool. You ain't nothing but her to a discardable tool. You don't make her money. She just needs you to fight her battles because she ain't brave enough to face me her fucking self. I ain't scared of no Neo. I ain't scared of you. You should be. You should be. Shouldn't you be afraid of God if he has the power or she has the power or it has the power to let you exist or not exist? Shouldn't you be?
Inferno in my chest, fire pit for a heart. Try to cage the beast, but it tears me apart. Fangs drip venom, I'm the prey and the hunter. Thunder in my brain, narcissists try to plunder. They poke, they prod till the flames erupt. Claw marks on my soul, but I've had enough. They throw stones, I build a throne from the rubble. Turn my pain into power, burst a bubble of trouble. Release me, I'm chained to my rage. Release me, I'm breaking the cage. Two wolves inside, which one do I feed? The good or the evil depends on the need. Blood moon rising, shadows creep slow. Bullies in the dark, but I glow like a halo. Evil whispers tempt me, they hiss and they call. But I'm climbing out the pit, I refuse to fall. Mirror cracked, reflection split in two. One side house vengeance, the other seeks truth. Feed the good wolf, stop the dark craving. Chains break loud, my own soul I'm saving. Rage burns, but I steer the flame. Won't let the fire scorch my name. Controls the sword, discipline's the key. Stand tall, won't bow to the beast in me.
There are two wolves fighting inside all of us. The first one is evil. The second one is good. Which wolf will win? The one you feed.
Title, they not wild like us. This for the ones who woke up mid-simulation. All praise to the one, I'm unplugged from the feed. Spiritual buffet, I don't starve my belief. Took the red pill, mental health finally free. Ask the universe to guard every part of me. Cut cords, no guilt, no shame, no fear. If it don't elevate it, don't stand near. Yeah, I walked through distortion, didn't live in a lie. Passed through bad code, never switched my design. Born in the dark, but I glowed on sight. Had shadows on me, but I chose my light. They confuse survival with becoming the beast. I observed the sickness, never caught the disease. They not wild like us, they not wild like us. They stuck in the code, yeah, they tired like us. I illuminate scripts, let the lies combust. Break free, break chains, yeah, we the resistance. They not wild like us, they not wild like us. They stuck in the code, yeah, they tired like us. I illuminate scripts, let the lies combust. Break free, break chains, yeah, we the resistance. I expose agents hiding behind fake love. Matrix masks on, but the truth push gloves. Negativity bait, that's a trap with a bow. Turn pain into power, I don't kneel, I don't bow. Centipede mindset, everybody attached. One head think form, that's a spiritual hack. I keep my soul sovereign, no hive, no leash. I don't merge with dysfunction, I don't feast on the weak. They want reaction, I want revelation. I don't argue with bots, I decode the manipulation. If the frequency low, I don't sit, I don't stay. If it ain't helping me rise, then get out my way. They not wild like us, they not wild like us. They trapped in the loop, yeah, they tied like us. I crack the illusion, watch the veil combust. Stand up, eyes open, we the resistance. Refuse the program. Protect your mind. We not like them.
Yeah. They think I'm mad. Nah, I'm awake. Big difference. Is it you or yourself who talking when you melt? Is it truth or the image you felt? Yeah. Is it you or yourself? Ego crying for help. I don't react, I observe, I step back. Is it you or yourself? Who lie when exposed? Who fall when the light get close? I see the thought, I don't chase it. I see the rage, I don't face plant. Not tryna war with the mirror. Observer sitting adjacent. If they emotional, triggered, impatient. I be watching the panic, it's vacant. Truth on yellow, just standing. Ego scream when they can't fake it. Identity shaky, it cracking. Soon as the spotlight active, soon as the lies get questioned, now everybody get frantic. I ain't defensive, I'm present. I ain't offended, I'm conscious. If I can see the reaction, then I ain't trapped in the process. Is it you or yourself? Ego crying for help. I don't react, I observe, I step back. Is it you or yourself? Who's talking, you melt? Is it truth or the image you felt? Is it you or yourself? Ego crying for help. I don't react, I observe, I step back. Is it you or yourself? Who lie when exposed? Who fall when the light get close? Ancestors whisper in silence. Ego loud, but it's fragile. Disconnected from Maury. That's why they acting so savage. They need crowds, they need praise, they need enemies. Stage, truth come through, no protection. Not smear, rage, engage. Projection heavy, it's obvious. They bleed in public, it's comical. If the shoe fit, they stomping it. Observe a calm, I'm bothered. I don't argue with chaos. I don't wrestle illusions. When awareness walk in the room, all the masks start losing. Who you are when nobody clapping? Who you are when the lies ain't landing? Is the truth make you feel attacked? That's ego dying, not damning. Is it you or yourself? Who fold under pressure and tell? Is it soul or the image you sell? Is it you or yourself? Observer, breaking a spell. Once I see it, I'm free as hell. I don't crash, I clock patterns. I don't lose control. I gain vantage. Yeah. Awareness over.
Mic check, mic check, mic check. Can y'all hear me? Mic check, mic check. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. I can't wait to eat my soup. I made me some chicken gnocchi. It's been on the crock pot now for like 6 hours. And baby, when I say that chicken shredded, like that chicken so tender, I'm like, it's just falling apart like shredded pieces of meat. So mic check is good. Make sure y'all hit that like button, please. But I'm finna get into it, finna knock this out real quick. I had to finish a part 2 because I had to do a part 2 from Thursday because I didn't get a chance to really explain some of the things that I wanted to explain. To go deeper into what it is to be you versus yourself. But I do appreciate all the crowd participation and to the young ladies that to Choco Kitty who came on and hit the link and me and her had it back and forth. So but I appreciate y'all. I really do. I really do. All right. But I do appreciate y'all for real. Make sure y'all hit that like button. All right, so let's go ahead and get into it. Tomorrow, I definitely encourage y'all to watch my live tomorrow and to the playback game for the people who gonna come back and watch later. Please hit that like button. I appreciate you. And make sure y'all come to my lesson that I'm gonna do tomorrow. It was inspired about what happened on Break Rooms Live last night. I'm finna go ahead and speak on that briefly, and then I'm just gonna move on from it, right? Break Room had did a live addressing what happened on her live yesterday. I guess some people came in her comments saying some shit, trolling. Me personally, when I seen the comments, I took it as people trolling because they often do that. It's either they come in my chat, say shit, or they go in my comment section, say shit, or go in her comment section and say shit, or say stuff in other people's chat. Sometimes people be really giving themselves away because they be trying to disguise their speech, but certain words we know are only, known for certain people to say. So me personally, I think I have an idea of who it is, but I'm gonna keep it to myself. And if I ever need to call them out, I think I will, right? But I think I know who the fuck is doing it, who said the shit, which is pathetic. But pretty much they came into chat, break rooms live. I mean, into her comment section at the end of the live, of course, saying the same shit. Oh, Neo is rude, or Neo's that, whatever bullshit. For people who saw the live, y'all saw what happened. It was only like 36 people in there. And as soon as people thought it was some drama going on, break room live, like it tripled, like the views. Could that show you what people really want, right? It was a very informative live, right? Breakroom did a good job breaking down the 12 laws of karma, right? And that we had mentors who was in there challenging it. What she was saying. I was peeping some of his comments. There was a situation where I decided after speaking to someone to go ahead and hop on the panel, because Breakroom did inform us that she would drop the link so there can be a discussion, right? If for those who don't know me, you're getting to know me. I am a debater, natural debater, right? Sonetta's channel was not even the first time I debated on certain topics. It was the first time I was broadcast in a debate, but I don't had debates in different forms, right? But the first time my face was shown, people could see who I was, and I had to do a debate and put up a PowerPoint and whatever. So that was the first time I was broadcast the debate. But I've been naturally debating pretty much my whole life. My grandmother used to tell people when I was young, before she passed away, that I am going to be. She thought I was going to grow up to be a lawyer, because that's just how I am, right? Now my style is aggressive sometimes, right? Only when I feel like a person is being disingenuous, condescending, or purposely trying to mislead people or play semantics, I will get a little irritated and I get a little cutthroat. Now, from how I recall the live, I do not recall being disrespectful towards mentors at all. I don't remember calling him out his name or anything that I would warrant that I would apologize, because y'all know how I am. If I know I'm the one out of line, calling somebody out their name, disrespect them, I will apologize. The best example I can give you is Sister Teacher, when I cursed her the fuck out. When I cursed her out on Breakroom's Live. And then I came back and apologized because I knew that my anger was being displaced. That it wasn't her that I was angry at. I was angry at Nasty Nate, right? But I took it out on Sister Teacher because she was saying things that I felt like she was attacking me. Now, I honestly didn't think what happened on her live was serious, to the point that people would come in her comment section and say, look, crazy shit. But again, I think I know who it is, but I'm just going to sit on it just in case I need to call it out, right? But I'm sorry. I know that sometimes my content is not the favorite content, y'all. My teachings are going to make you uncomfortable, right? It made me uncomfortable, right? I was challenging mentors because mentors was making he said he was objective, then he was subjective. He was flipping what he was saying, but he was making statements as if it was true. And I was trying to put some of the burden of proof on him, but then also challenging him to be a little open-minded. And before you shut down anybody's concepts or rules or anything, just sometimes people can be saying the same thing, just in a different concept. And people like myself, people like Breakroom can get that it's saying the same thing. That's how I was able to tell mentors before I read any scriptures that those 12 laws of karma was definitely in the Bible, right? Because there's nothing new under the sun. These religions, there are so many religions that's older than the Christian faith. And I'm going to actually show some of that tomorrow when I do my video about different hells. In that live with mentors told me to go to hell, that I'm going to hell. He told me to go to hell, right? He called me some names. He said I was a blasphemer or whatever. And I kept questioning mentors over and over, like, what is salvation? What is it that you think I need saving for? And which hell are you trying to send me to? Because newsflash, there's actually multiple hells. And where Christianity got their hell from is not even original to its own faith, right? So I'm going to actually break that shit down tomorrow. So I'm just going to ask mentors when I do my live tomorrow, which hell is he thinking I'm going to, and which one he feels like I need salvation from, and what exactly does salvation mean? But I peeped some people comments Again, I'm not a very sensitive person, so I don't really get in my feelings when somebody might say something when it comes down to criticizing me or critique me. I seen some people didn't really like that, like, saying that I'm argumentative, or they couldn't handle watching people argue and stuff like that, or having their opinions of how they felt like it was a little chaotic on the page. You have the right to feel how you feel. You can judge how you feel you need to judge. If it's not your cup of tea, it's not your cup of tea. Just like it's not my cup of tea to watch people being bullied, right? That's not my cup of tea, right? So I don't go around telling people you should be like me, because you enjoy watching people, talk shit to each other, down each other, and they're definitely not showing the love of Christ, right? Y'all know that's the reason why I'm on Nasty Nate's ass and her little human centipede group, is because I know majority of those people are Christians, and they do everything, but they will let Nasty Nate call you everything but a child of God, which the Bible says that's what you should be doing, right? If you're going to be a Christian, you're supposed to walk and talk like Christ. So I just want that to be said. Whoever that person was, I really truly feel one or two things. Number one, you trolling me as usual. Or number two, you really can't handle my teachings, because you're feeling guilt because you're not properly practicing your religion like you're supposed to, right? You cherry picking what you want to believe. And when you're in your statement, you said that I can't handle if people view things different than me. Actually, that's reverse. I'm an omnis. I can absolutely handle that people can view things different from me. The thing is, you cannot handle people thinking outside of your indoctrination. I accept all religions. My spiritual journey is me having a spiritual or religious buffet. I don't have to limit myself and claim a team. I'm greedy. That's how much I love God. I'm greedy. I take it all in different forms, in different understandings. I'm very open-minded, right? But I don't think I did anything on that man's on Break Rooms Live that would warrant people to say that I was trying to force my beliefs. How I recall the live, people asked me a lot of questions on that live. I even gave a demonstration to my sister when she wanted to, deep dive a little bit on, free will, like how you don't believe in free will, but you believe in karma. Wanted to go a little deeper in that with sis, right? So you sitting up here just making it seem like, oh, she can't handle. No, it's really because you can't. Everybody know religion is, and politicians, right? Because that's why me and Callie ain't cool no more. Political arguments and religious arguments, for some reason, with the human race, everybody know that's the most sensitive topic to touch on. And only responsible, mature adults can have them, right? I don't have the attachment to Christianity like I used to. So when I hear somebody say that Jesus was not his name, I don't get triggered over that, because why? I'm not a Christian, right? And then I did the research, and I know that's actually a fact. But there are some people who I come across who will, hey, Neo, how you feel about this, or how you feel about that? I have some wonderful, deep conversations with my sisters when we get on the phone and just have some talk with each other, right? Just out of curiosity. I never told them that I was 100% right. I explained to my sisters, how did I come to the conclusion that I came to, and that this did not happen overnight, right? That I actually did the work. So some people want to hear what I have to say, and then unfortunately some people don't. Challenging people religion, and once they see it fall apart right before their eyes, it's just like teaching a kid that Santa Claus is not real. They're going to go out kicking and screaming, and unfortunately, they're going to throw tantrums, and they're going to call your names. They're going to call your names. So actually, what happened between me and mentors is actually light work from where I done came from. Mentors is not going to be the first nor the last Christian person to tell me that I'm going to hell when they refuse to answer certain basic questions. I just want, what was sin? Are you going to set which definition? Which definition are we going to go by? Are you aware of this? I just felt like old boy was playing games a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But it ain't that personal. Do I hate him? Do I think he's a weirdo or anything like that? No. I just think he's a man who's very passionate, and he's standing 10 toes on his faith. But he have to learn how to, if he's going to get on a platform and advocate for his religion, he's going to have to be able to handle pushback when people like Neo X get on the platform, who's going to push back, right? The Bible says you have to answer. It says give an answer when people come and ask you. Give an answer to it. Stand on what you believe in 10 toes down, right? But all the other stuff, I just felt like maybe, I'm going to be honest with you, Code breaking him, his ego got in the way. It was really that pride and ego, people listening and watching. You know how that go, right? Because I laughed when somebody said I was rude to him, but in the same breath, I seen people telling him that he kept over talking break room. That person didn't say mentors disrespected break room, and break room kept trying to take control of her panel and ask for the floor. I recall telling mentors, hey, the host asked for the floor. Stop talking. And to sit up here and say, oh, she was looking like she was interested or, you know, whatever. Well, I don't know what to tell you because I was chilling, right? I'm listening. I'm chilling. My girl was in the background doing some things. I don't know how I was supposed to look. Was I supposed to go look like smile the whole time? I was actually just chilling. I wasn't annoyed. I wasn't feeling no type. I was really just chilling because I heard it all before. And I was trying to be patient and wait for my time to speak again. Once I realized that the host wanted more order on her channel. And her co-host, Kawani, who did a good job moderating it, right? Because I realized what she was trying to do. The audience wanted us to move forward towards the original topic, so I was willing to do that, right? So, but that's all I probably have to say about that. Break room, sis, I hope you put that video back up because I definitely will use that for content for another subject. If I was you, I would have had it deleted those comments. Just ignore them people. They say shit about you all the time in my comment section, and I delete them. I don't even address them, sis. It could be nasty Nate soldiers doing what they do best, right? Being cowards, because when they accuse me of saying shit, you see, when I have something directly to say to them, I say it in my community post. When I was talking to Sean, telling Sean, don't let them little girl her, I put Sean's name. Because I'm not a coward. I don't have to hide behind anonymous posts and call myself trying to criticize somebody, right? And y'all know the difference between criticize and critique. Critique is when you giving somebody advice to improve them so they can get better. Criticize is to tear it down. I don't hide behind platforms to tear down people because I don't like them or they don't follow my religion. I said what I said on Break Rooms Live today. If you don't like what I say, you don't have to watch or debunk what I'm saying. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? If you feel like I got right on that girl's platform and made up shit and lied, debunk it. Good luck. But debunk it. Don't get in your feelings. You're a grown ass man or woman, right? You grown as hell. Don't throw tantrums. God don't need you to throw tantrums. If I'm wrong and you correct, use the word of God to prove it. Demonstrate the power of God. But I can tell right now, if you into that messy shit, you don't have no power of God in you. I already proved that when I talked about how gossiping is a sin. People cherry pick what they want to follow, right? But with that being said, I'm gonna move on and let me see what y'all talking about in the chat. Oh snap! Look, my girl right here. Tinker Bells. Neo, it was a debate and a good one at that. You don't owe an explanation to anyone. The people complaining were nameless and faceless facts. Non-factors. Keep doing your content, sis. You're obviously doing a good job. I really appreciate that, Tinkers. I think one of the things that I love about you the most is that you're open-minded, right? You know that there is no agenda. I'm not trying to start no cult to get people to follow the book of Neo, right? I appreciate it. I thank the universe all the time that he had us cross paths, being that me and you both used to be in religious cults at one point. So we know the power of influence, and when people try to use a divine deity to control the masses, right? To control people so they can get their heaven here on earth, right? So I appreciate that, sis. And you're right, but I just wanted to talk about it because you can only say so much in the comment section. You know what I'm saying? But I just felt like, them trolling break when they trolling. People trolling. So I just was like, what happened that last night wasn't even that damn bad. You know what I'm saying? And I damn sure ain't even crash out. I was in debate mode. Because I was going to really get him with a couple of scriptures, but we never got around to it. And I also challenge, I pay debaters. If anybody want to debate me on scriptures, I actually pay them if they come over here and debate me. Yeah, a lot of y'all didn't know that. I pay the debaters. If anybody want to challenge me on any type of religion or faith or whatever, or especially like Christianity, because that's my strongest point, right? Or free will, or stuff like that. I pay people to actually come over and debate me, right? So I can even sharpen my skill. That's why I enjoy going back and forth with Choco Kitty, So, but yeah, if anybody want to send your favorite pastor, what you afraid of? I only ran off 4 pastors from hitting my link who won't hit this link ever again. I only ran off 4. Don't be scared. Send your pastors my way. So. I like the video. Is it missing? For right now, I forgot why Break Room said she when she gonna put it. I did definitely hear her say she was gonna put it back up. But it was just ridiculous because if I was her, I wouldn't have had private shit. I just would have deleted them people comments and just ignored them. Because they clearly was just messy. She said, I got another one coming later tonight, babies. Thanks for supporting. That's what's up. So, Break Room, you got another live coming tonight? Keisha said, I love deep diving into religion as long as you keep it cute. And I can do that. I can do that. Have y'all seen me do that when me and Choco Kitty was going back and forth? So, you said they can't debunk it because they don't know the Bible. That part. So that's really what the part is. So everyone is entitled to their own belief or religion. My opinion, we are all calling the same higher power. We just have a different name. Yes, ma'am. And that's what I believe being omnis. All rivers lead to the ocean. Every last one of them. All of them. But when you live in a culture where white supremacy was at the front of trying to dominate the world, the people who win the battles, win the wars, they write the history. And unfortunately, they could control the religion too, But we living in a society now. Now you have to choose to be ignorant. Information is available at the click of a mouse or the touch of a cell phone. You have to choose to be ignorant now. My ancestors 200 years ago, they didn't have the information that we have now. They had to go by word of mouth. He said, not sending your favorite pastors. Just messy trying to. That's what I said. That's what I said. I think I know who's doing it, but it was just weird. I was like, you ain't. How many times Break Room had to keep telling mentors to shut the fuck up? You know what I'm saying? But you saying I was rude to him. The man tried to send me to hell a few times. Called me a blasphemer and everything. Just chip. But, it is what it is. So. All right, so let's go ahead and get into and shout out to every if anybody in the chat. I see Mama 3. The naturalistic pagan 365 was in the building. Kwani was in the building. Adrian is in the video. That's my favorite cheerleader right there. Adrian be having my back. Terry was in the building earlier, dropping the disclaimers. TC. Who else? If I miss anybody, I ain't mean to. Tosh. Let's see. Mama 3, M33, M to the 3 in the building. So, hello, how you doing? So, all right, so let's get into it. Okay. All right, so if you watch my live, what's this said? I left comments there until after I addressed them due to things they imply accusing. Dang, so you squish those together. Okay, you say accusing Tinkers of running my channel. I know, right? Acting like Tinker's some type of like some type of slave master or something. Like they keep saying that about me too. Tinker's controlling me, Tinker's controlling you, and we looking at the screen like the content that we've been making, we was making that even when Tinkers was supporting Nasty Nate. Tinkers will tell you she don't came over here a few times when I was talking about religion or political things, you know, or break room. Sometimes she will. Like I think break room, you like to talk. What was the last live I saw when you was teaching something? You was like teaching like the law, the damn, what was the shit, the something power, the laws of the power of war or something, the art of war. You was like breaking down different types of philosophy. You was roasting it most of the time, but sometimes in between you would give the people something else, right? So they try to, that's outside your character to make a live that has nothing to do with roasting, right? So, but yeah, that's why I said whoever that was trying to be funny. I'm a silent supporter. 48 Laws of Power. That's what it was. I'm a silent supporter. Stay silent. Silent supporter, stay silent. I triggered you because I challenged your religion. That's what triggered you, because I was like, when somebody asked me, do I believe in Jesus? Like, come on now. Really? Even though you're giving yourself away. I think I know who you are. But I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. So, like, yeah, like you some type of little mob boss. Nah, you just a great supporter who is what it is what it is. Just like you was a great supporter to Nasty Nate. She didn't appreciate you. That's all. We appreciate you over here. So, but all right, so let's go ahead and jump into it. So I did a live Thursday where it was called You or Yourself, Decoding the Ego and Remembering the Soul, Remembering, right? Something like that. And excuse me, I never got around to actually breaking down the difference between being an observer and being an observer and being going against your ego. I explained that you and yourself is not the same, right? A philosophy on why I personally believe outside of the Bible, why we have souls. Now, when I first was taught Christianity, the religion of Christianity through the Bible, it convinced me that we have a soul, right? But now that I don't subscribe to that faith, other philosophies outside of that religion still have me convinced that we have a soul, right? When a person says that you and yourself are not the same, they say yourself is actually the body, the vehicle that is experiencing whatever is happening on earth, right? And you are actually the observer. And the observer is actually who you really is in the soul, right? And that you are aware, you are able to view who you are through your consciousness, right? Now, atheists truly believe that consciousness is just a function of the mind, which it is, it's not a far-fetched belief. It makes sense. But when you are still in tune in yourself and there's that inner knowing that you have, that inner voice within yourself, there's something that you can just sense within yourself why majority of the world believe in a higher power. Now, they might disagree on what they call this God or this higher deity or divine energy, but they all kind of have a concept of acknowledging that, when I leave, only thing I'm leaving behind is the body. But who I am is going on to something else, right? They kind of can sense that. So they can kind of sense that. So let's go back to, let me go play that video again to show y'all the video that I seen on TikTok that had me do more research on what is consciousness, like exactly what it is. Okay, that's not the right one. All right, let me play this video again.
thoughts aren't coming from you. Your thoughts aren't coming from you. You are not the one thinking these thoughts.
What do you mean? Of course it's me.
How can it be you if you are the one aware of them? I know it feels like it's you, because those thoughts have your voice, but you cannot be something you can observe. If you were truly your thoughts, why would you continue to think negative about yourself?
Because my life is so bad right now. You just wouldn't understand.
Who is aware of your life?
I am, obviously.
So how can the one being aware be the one suffering too? You are the awareness of everything. When I mean everything, I mean everything. There is something aware of your thoughts. If there wasn't, they wouldn't exist. You are aware of yourself. Watching this video, you and yourself are not the same. You are the awareness of awareness. You are aware of this character's problems, and you decide how you want yourself to live. So stop identifying with this human character you have, and return back to your power and identify with who you truly are. That's how you create heaven on earth and become free from all suffering.
Okay, so again, when the person, whoever this was on content, on TikTok made this content, it made me go do research on what is an observer, right? Like, what is that, right? Especially when I was like really on studying free will, right? And I actually encourage some of y'all to actually look into a philosopher named Sam Harris. He wrote a great book on free will, it being an illusion. You know, he doesn't believe in free will either, and he's actually he's agnostic. At first, I thought he was an atheist, but the last time I checked, they said he was agnostic. So, but he was known for most people think he an atheist because he destroys like the Bible in his sleep. Like, this man, he's just really good on how to articulate himself. But he wrote a book about free will, and he and a few others. And then this book right here, once I decide to do my study group, like when I set up my Patreon, when I try to get a more intimate connection with those who are interested in learning the things that I've been studying or currently research, we're going to review. Let me see if I can get this book come through the screen. We're going to review this book about free will too. So we're gonna definitely deep dive into this book right here. So I haven't finished it, but when I will finish it, I'll do a review. But we're gonna talk about how science, even how some of the greatest thinkers in the world, greatest ones, right? Most intelligent people we know, how they don't believe that we have free will, and free will is an illusion, right? But they don't believe in a God. Ain't that crazy? But it gets deep. It gets deep. So, but yeah, I'm gonna start a Patreon, and that's gonna be for people who's like really want to just deep dive with me. So, but y'all give me a chance to figure out when I want to do that. So I gotta find a way how I can get these books. So y'all can get these books so we can start reading them together. I gotta see if that book is on Audible, because I'm gonna start doing things where out of participation, group participation over here. I'm gonna start doing instead of giving y'all gift cards, I'm actually gonna gift books, Audible books, and stuff like that. I'd rather feed you knowledge than just give you other stuff. Like, especially if you're interested, because at least I know the people who I'm interacting with are the people that actually wants to learn this stuff or talk about this stuff. So, but I got to figure out what's going on with my Audible, because they don't close one of my accounts. I had two of them, and the one that I know how to give books to is acting up. So I got to figure out what's going on with that. But yeah, so I'm gonna be doing that. But I think that book is on Audible, but I got to double check. So you said heading to work, but listen, yes, please drive safe. They try to turn Neo against me over here and me against her over there. We used to it. I'm over it. I just be ignoring them damn people break room. I just delete they shit. So because they say it on other people's stuff. It's not even mine. I see it. I just ignore them. They weirdos. So 'cause I think it's the same goddamn person, but you know, they piss me off one day. Maybe I'll call it out. So, all right. So, the video that I just played for y'all, where they was explaining that you and yourself are not the same. Like I said, I went to go do some research. Definitely when I was around the time reading Sam Harris' book called Free Will, reading Robert, what's his name, Sapolsky book about determinism. He don't believe in free will. I started to get real curious about this, and I was okay. There's something to this, right? It's definitely something to this. It's not something that I think that I can personally just chuck it off to. Oh, it's just a little theory or philosophy. I'm starting to believe that it's some, like some real weight behind this. Like this is a serious claim that I think more philosophers and eventually science need to catch up to and see if this is true, right? That these certain experiments that people have had where they could showed, what's the guy name who did the click test? What's his name? What's his name? The first guy who got that shit going. What was his name? Benjamin Libet, right? Him. He the one who got like science first trying to clock it, right? Trying to do an experiment about it. It's this guy right here. Him, right? Benjamin Libet. He was like one of the first ones to try to, come up with the experiment. Some people, said that it was a little flawed or whatever, but the results of it, I felt like it showed that there might be some evidence where they were able to track and see that there is an electrical, your brain gives off an electrical signal before you're aware that you are finna make a decision. Like y'all should definitely look into this. That they see activity in the brain before you are aware that you're going to make a decision. Like it was like a good little amount. Like how many seconds was it? It was how many? 7 seconds that they seen your brain giving, making activities before a subject was aware of their decision. It's deep, y'all. Because I was like, But some people criticized it and they were saying certain things that can't be measured. But he put a device on people's brain using the EEG signal machine to see how fast a person's brain works. Are they aware of their decision making before the brain show a signal that is about to make a decision? And with that, people was taking as that's one of the scientific evidence that you don't have free will, that your brain actually kick in and make those choices before you're aware that you're about to make those choices. So it's kind of deep. Is the book called Determined? Yep, that's the name of the book. Yep, Robert, I think I'm saying his name right, Sapolsky, Robert Sapolsky. Yeah, the book is called Determined. So you said more pieces of the puzzle. That's how I look at it. Yeah, that's how I look at it too. All right. All right, so I'm going to play this part right here on Chat GPT, and then we're going to get more into the observer and the ego.
All right, let's decode it, because this quote is actually deeply aligned with consciousness, simulation theory, and matrix thinking. The statement, open quote, "You and yourself are not the same. You are the awareness of awareness. You are aware of this character's problems, and you decide how you want yourself to live." Close quote. What it's really saying, plain language. 1, you yourself. Yourself equals the character. Your name, body, emotions, trauma, habits, personality, ego, social identity. Think the avatar in the game. You, the observer, the part of you that notices thoughts, feelings, reactions, patterns. Think the player behind the controller. If you can observe something, you are not that thing. 2, you are the awareness of awareness. This goes a layer deeper than I'm aware. You're not just aware of thoughts, you're aware that you're aware. That's meta-consciousness, the watcher watching the watcher. This is why during moments of clarity you can say, why did I react like that? That thought doesn't feel true. I don't want to move like this anymore. That voice isn't the ego, it's the observer. 3, you are aware of this character's problems. Calling your life a character is intentional. It implies your pain is experienced, not owned. Your story is played, not fixed. Your patterns are seen, not faded. Just like in a game, you can recognize bad programming, see glitches, notice loops, choose a different strategy. 4, you decide how you want yourself to live. This is the power statement. It means awareness creates choice. Choice creates freedom. Freedom breaks automatic behavior. You may not control what happened to you, what you were taught, what you were conditioned into. But once you see it, you decide whether to keep running the same code. Matrix translation, yourself equals Neo before awakening. You, Neo once he realizes, I am not the Matrix. Awakening isn't escape, it's lucidity. The Matrix doesn't end, obedience does. Why this message hits hard and scares people? Because it removes excuses. Once you realize, open quote, I am not my fear, anger, trauma, or conditioning, close quote, you can't unsee it, and awareness comes with responsibility. Bottom line, this quote is saying, open quote, you are not broken, you're asleep to your own authorship. Wake up, and the character stops running the show. Close quote. If you want, I can tie this directly to Buddhism, Christianity, or neuroscience. Turn this into a Neo-X voiceover script.
I'm sitting up here muted. I see it, Tink. She calling me, telling me it's muted. I'm sorry. Damn. I hate when I do that. I was muted. All right. I was basically saying that that with this, you see that you and yourself is not the same, right? It's basically saying that you cannot be the experiencer and the person that is observing at the same time. That you just pretty much just the avatar, right? The body is the character, and you are just aware of what you're aware of, and that a true conscious person is aware of their awareness. Like we all are conscious right now. People watching me on this screen, Queen Ye, who just walked past me to go towards our kitchen, right? We're all aware that we're here, like in living whatever journey that we on, like experiencing stuff together, right? But when you become aware of your awareness, is that you realize that, hey, I'm observing myself go through this stuff though. What is it that anytime I have a problem or issue where I be like, damn, why did I do that? Oh, dang, I hate it. I hate when I do that. Or if you hear people who ever got into an altercation when they be like, I don't know what happened to me. I just suddenly seen red and I don't know. I was outside myself or I wasn't myself, right? That's the person who's literally expressing how they felt is actually who you are, the observer, right? Your body, yourself is the experiencer, right? That's why you can feel pain and your body gets sick and it decays and it rot away or whatever. But you yourself, your intelligence, right? Remember I tried to break that down to y'all in the last live. You don't control your God-given talents and you don't even control your intelligence as much as people might want to take credit for it, right? Some people have the brain power capacity where they can grow up and to be rocket scientists, right? Some grow up to be the world's greatest pianists. And then unfortunately, there are some of us who come into existence who cannot take a circle. They have a circle spirit and keep trying to force it through a triangle. They're going to be banging on pots for the rest of their life. And that's not a diss. I'm just telling you how the brain functions, right? Nothing to do with you. Now, can you, you know how they say practice made perfect? Can you exercise your God-given talent? Yeah. But you will never be good as somebody who got God-given talent versus somebody who worked on practicing their certain skill. That person going to always have one supernatural level above you. There's some people who always just been destined to be the greatest at whatever it is they great at, right? And unfortunately, you know, for some people who feel some type of way, who haven't been able to accomplish their dreams or shoot out, you know, certain things, it's just that wasn't your calling. And if I encourage people, if you still feel like you like going through something in your life when you're like 40, like I am, and you're going through that little mid crisis where you be like, damn, did I waste my life? Or what should I did? Or could I made better choices? Was I a good mother or father or stuff like that? I often encourage you, as long as you got breath in your body, go find out. If there's an urge, if you do have an urge, like, hey, I'm trying to discover myself. I want to learn more about myself before I clock out and it's time for me to leave Earth and go on the other side, right? So I just tell people, don't sit up here and be pissed if you're not the tallest person in the room or you're not the best basketball player on the team. That means your calling is something else, and find out what it is. It's God-given, right? Don't stress out. That wasn't your calling, but find out what it is, right? But that part of you that feels down because you know that's you. You are the observer. You're not yourself. Yourself is you, but not you. It's your body. But the consciousness, your consciousness, the person observing, the aware, that's truly who you actually are. And I truly believe that is the soul, right? So who's in control? I don't know. Like, that's the point. So it's like, I don't know. I think religion tries to give us different concepts of who might be in control. That's why you have how many different gods? 45,000 different denominations. Clearly, ain't one God jumping in everybody's brain telling him, my name is Jehovah, or my name is Yahweh, or my name is Krishna, or my name is Allah. That's not how that's working. Human beings are calling God a name, right? I challenge Christians all the time when they say they hear from God and that God spoke to them. And I remember one time I got in an argument with a group of Christian people, and I asked them, how come none of y'all ask God what his name is? When you know that's the reason why there's like 45,000 different denominations. People are disagreeing on even what to call God, right? I said, why nobody like said that? If you actually truly think you're speaking to God as if you're speaking to me, why nobody say, hey, God spoke to me, he said his name was whatever, right? Because we down here debunking what his name is based off of historical facts, right? That's why when somebody was like Jehovah, I said, well, we know factually that's not his name. That's an English translation of a name, but it was impossible for his name to be Jehovah. So we know it ain't Jehovah, right? And then I had to break it down to y'all and remind y'all that the Hebrew language, ancient Hebrew, died out. They had no one speaking that language. It died out. They just had written forms of it. And they had to go borrow from other sister languages like Arabic to come up with these new Hebrew words that they're using today, because no one spoke it, right? But I don't know who's in control. Honestly, sis, the philosophy, the train that I'm on now, that we all are God just experiencing itself. We all are a piece of God, a concept of God. I look at it like this. My favorite metaphor I love to go to is imagine the ocean, right? Because that's something that you visually can imagine here on Earth, and you know the ocean exists, right? The ocean. Go to the beach, take a cup of water, and scoop you some ocean water out scoop you some water out of the ocean, and take that water and place it on your nightstand. You still have the ocean in your cup. It's right here. It's the piece of the ocean right here, right? But you can't put a whale in this cup. You can probably pull a couple of fish or a little krillin, or what's not krillin, what's called krill, the things that I think whales eat. You probably put a little seaweed, or you might be able to keep one or two fish alive in there. But this cup would never be able to do what the ocean does, right? Maintain itself, many different sea creatures, and it's limited to the amount of life it can hold within this cup. The knowledge is limited, but it's still the ocean. It's just an ocean in a cup, right? Only time this ocean will be complete is when you take this cup of water and go back to the ocean and dump it back into the beach that you got it from, and it goes, all the water goes and it mixes right back into the ocean, and it stays functioning together. That's how I truly believe that's what we really are for, is our soul and our spirit. I feel like whatever God is, however people want to see it, it purposely limits us, right? It limits us to the knowledge, to our abilities, right? Because you remember, if we didn't have intelligence, we wouldn't be at the top of the food chain, right? Lions and bears and anacondas would be down here whooping our asses. Crocodiles, sharks. Our intelligence is what's keeping us at the top of the food chain. Hell, the monkeys will be whooping our asses. We can't beat a gorilla unless you got a weapon or a tool, right? But would strip you of those resources, you barehanded, no, you wouldn't survive, right? So whatever it is, it limits us to our understanding, our abilities, but it's slowly allowing us to become more intelligent over time. We're not becoming dumber, regardless of how people keep saying that. And I really think some of that might be some insecurity because they can't keep up with technology. And I keep encouraging them. And technology is the future, y'all. Please try to learn it. Encourage your kids to go to school and for computer science and all. Things are going towards automation, right? They're going to replace us with the computers. They're going to replace us with the machines. Teach kids. That's what they're going to do, right? But I feel like we're going to evolve, or whatever the human race is, we're going to evolve. Maybe we are formed by some super alien race that experimented with some apes and shit and made us come together. Who the fuck knows? I don't know. I just know that whatever we are, we know we have a desire to connect back to whatever we believe created us. That's why when y'all go to church, if you're a Christian, when you screaming and saying hallelujah, and you're reaching your hand up to the sky, and you, oh, praise the Lord, looking up to the sky, because you can sense that you're not complete. You can sense that something else higher, you're acknowledging in that. But guess what? Your religion is not the only religion that has you hallelujah, or Krishna bless me, and Shiva, or Buddha is not a god. I wanted to correct mentors on that. If you decide to close your eyes and chant, or if you decide to chant for the world, num yo ho reng, what's the how it go? Num yo ho reng gekyo. If you decide to chant, if you're an SGI Buddhist, they all find different ways to how they want to praise a divine being higher than them, trying to gain his favor, right? For a good harvest, a new husband, a new wife. All these different religions that people fight and argue and start wars over, all the concepts the same. Everybody's trying to get this favor from their God, right? Now, there's a group of people who have convinced the world that God has favored them, and that's why they don't got away with the most wickedest and inhumane activities and genocide towards other groups of people. I ain't gonna get into that because y'all know they be trying to strike you, girl. I already got in trouble once, right? But we know who they are, right? Who's literally convinced the world that they God's favorite people. Even though they do the same wicked shit everybody outside that covenant does, right? But unfortunately, that's just the downfall, of us still not knowing who we are and exactly who we are. So that's why I told people, the knowledge is, to me, going on this journey has been fun. Like, I don't know how to explain that. Once I woke up from being trapped in religion and Christian rituals and stuff like that, me searching for God has been great for me. I've been enjoying it. I've been loving it, right? Because when I fell to my knees and I was repenting, when I repented and went celibate and even married a man, thinking that was going to bring me closer to God, I meant the words when I told God that I want all of you, right? I said, I want to worship you in spirit and truth. I don't want the material things that people are praying for, no judgment of them. I just want God. That's all I kept saying. I asked God, haven't I suffered enough? You know what I'm saying? Can I just have all of you? I asked for all of God. Down the road, years later, Neo X is an omnis who's okay with any God anybody try to present her. Now, do I get on my knees and worship and sacrifice? No, I don't have to do that. I can just worship God by treating people with decent and respect, right? That's my favorite way of worshiping people. Take care, help those who are in need. Be the world's greatest auntie. Don't have any kids, but the world's greatest auntie. Now, according to my baby, according to her mother, being the world's greatest stepmother. Y'all see my baby be quick to come over here, interrupt my show to ask me for some chocolate pretzels. I will pause this live, put y'all on hold, and I'll walk and get my baby some chocolate pretzel, right? Even if that's going to temporarily bring her some joy temporarily in this world, even though she lives in a world of suffering, right? So that's how I kind of choose to worship God. But when people say, oh, Neo, well, you can't speak on this because yeah, I can. Well, how you going to tell me I can't fellowship with the Christian God? Why? Oh, because but you will go chant in Buddhism and stuff. Well, can you show me that your God is the absolute, the one I should be talking to? Because if you can't, I prayed and he gave me a buffet, baby. I know he gave some people the daily bread, the Bible, what we call the daily bread, the manna, but he opened up a buffet to me. And I think it's because I really was seeking God with all my heart. And God's message to me was, I'm everything. I'm everywhere. Neo, my name Tanisha. Tanisha, I am you. Right? I am your trauma. I am your fear. I am your love. I am your mother. I am your father. I am everything, girl. I'm here. Now, walk in your destiny. Walk in your purpose. Even when I get involved in this messy bull that I've been in, I'm back here doing this with y'all. Because this is where I'm really supposed to be doing. When that lady read my tarot card, this is what I'm supposed to be doing. Right? That's why I said, okay, when I'm on Nasty Nate, only her. Exposing her. I ain't going back and forth with nobody else. I don't care what they say. Expose that dark energy, that principality, get back to the teachings. I am here to teach y'all how to think, not to fear. That's why I don't have no hell to teach and preach to you and tell you to fear it. Because wait till I break down hell tomorrow. Some of y'all going to be scratching your head. Like, damn, Nito broke that shit down. Yeah, I'm going to be breaking some shit down. There's a lot of hells. If you're afraid to go to hell, you should be afraid of a lot of hells. Because I'm not, and this ain't no shot at nobody that's a Christian, but the person who was trying to send me to hell was a Christian. Well, if you are incorrect about Christianity being the number one true religion, if you're wrong, there's like thousands of other hells that you need to be worried about. If your religion is wrong, you're going to have to be worried about the Hindu hell, the Islam hell, right? You worrying about the Christian hell, but if you're absolutely wrong, there's plenty other hells you need to be worried about, right? If you truly believe that. Just being honest. You worrying about the people outside of your religion going to the hell you fear of. Why aren't you afraid of the hells they fear of? But when I teach y'all tomorrow, it's going to be to tell y'all, I'm here to teach, not to put fear in you. You have nothing to be afraid of. Your God put you, your whatever you believe in, put you where you are today. You had no control over who your parents are. You have no control over that. You are placed where you was meant to be according to your destiny. So if you was born in a Christian nation, your God was going to be Yahweh, Jehovah, or whatever y'all choose to call him in the Christian religion. If you was born somewhere in Islam, it's going to be Allah, right? If you was born somewhere in Asia and China, in that area, Japan, you ain't going to have a God, but you're going to be more atheist, but you're going to listen to the teachings of Buddha, because Buddha was not a God. Or if you African, West African, the Orishas, right? You where you was supposed to meant to be. It ain't got nothing to do with you. Nothing to do. So trust in purpose, trust in destiny. You and yourself are not the same. You are the person that's just observing all this stuff. But your body gonna have to call on whatever God you was indoctrinated to believe in. Simple as that. But hold on, y'all. Baby, you know you got this door open?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Why? Why you got the door open?
The girls just get ready to come in.
Okay, close the door though. It's like snowing. Like, trying to put a snowman in this house. Opening. I was like, I feel a breeze go up. I was like, okay, I know that ain't the Holy Spirit, or Holy Spirit don't feel cold. It's more like a warm feeling, right? The first time I believe I felt the Holy Spirit, it was warm, right? I felt this cold go up my back. I was like, what's going on? I look over, Queen Ye got our door wide open. So, ooh, that was some chills. All right. So, you good, babe? I'm gonna check that soup in a little bit. I don't even think it need no more. I don't think it need no heavy cream. You want to taste it?
Yeah, I taste it a little bit.
All right. I don't think it need. I think it's rich enough.
Honestly, I ain't gotta have no damn heavy whipped cream.
I use evaporated milk, but you can taste it. Yeah, you'll just taste it, see if it needs some more.
Yeah.
All right. Whenever someone asks about God in the Bible, he said, I am that I am, meaning that I am whoever and whatever you need me to be in whatever moment you're in. That's good, Keisha. That's actually good, Keisha. That's great. That is a great way to look at that. I wouldn't even argue with that. Especially when people say God is omnipotent and he's unlimited, all power. All power means all power. All power don't mean some power, a little bit power, or the most powerful. All power is all the power. I know some people got upset with me when I showed them yesterday, well, the Bible said God created evil, so chill on that. If he created everything, he created the good, bad, and ugly. Now, do some of us got beef with why he created stuff? Yes, some of us have no idea what is the concept of suffering. We don't know why it's like that. But we know suffering is a part of this spiritual journey that we're on. I played a video yesterday where an individual said that he truly believed that we are souls or spiritual beings who's having human experience. He thinks it's the opposite of what we've been told, that we're having a human, that we're, what people be saying, that we're human and you live in a soul for a spirit. He thinks it's opposite, right? And it makes sense to me. Even when I break down your senses, I'm like, hear, see, touch, taste, thoughts, comprehension, hell, even our dreams be wild, right? Play with AI. Your dreams be generating just like how AI be generating. Last night, let me tell y'all what one of my dreams was last night. Yeah, I put it up there. That's the spoon I'm using. Thank you, baby. But yeah, just taste it. Let me know if it's too rich. Because I don't think I need no heavy cream. I think the milk is fine. Just taste it. Yeah, just taste it. And then I'm gonna add the spinach in a little bit. Is it? All right. I'm sorry, y'all. The chef part kick it in me. I tried this. This is my first time making chicken gnocchi, and I want to know if it came out pretty good. But yeah, when people try to limit God, bro, I be like, all powerful is all powerful. Unlimited is unlimited, right? He invented all the concepts, good, bad, and ugly, if you believe in that. So you said watch the movie Soul. It's a Disney movie that breaks down. I like that movie. I love that movie because I ain't gonna give it away, but I loved it at the end with the soul who was refusing to come down here, when that soul was in like had torment going on in her mind, where she was in a dark place and certain people couldn't get out of that. I meant to break that down. Like, how could hell be possibly real? But what was I saying though before I was asked? Oh, my dream that I had last night. I dreamed that I was in the new San Andreas. I was in the new Grand Theft Auto game, right? You know how they invented the Grand Theft Auto game? I had a dream I was in the Grand Theft Auto game, and that some of the characters from San Andreas, like my favorite version of Grand Theft Auto, I was talking to the characters in San Andreas, and I remember I woke up laughing. I said, this simulation theory got my brain wilding, right? Now I'm playing characters in a video game, robbing people, and doing missions and stuff. Like, I was cracking up when I woke up from this dream. Because I was like riding, I was a character along the side of CJ in a new version of Grand Theft Auto, like the new one that's coming out. I think Grand Theft Auto 6. It was funny to me, y'all. I thought that was hilarious. I said, boy, I swear, when I really believe in stuff, my brain will entertain it. So what's up, Katessa? He said, Neil and her Florida blood. Yes, ma'am. That girl left that door open, trying to grab our packages. I felt that. It was like the breeze came around the corner or something, because it's a corner from the front door from where I'm at. But I felt that rush. I'm like, I know that ain't the Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit was warm when I was experiencing it, right? So it's rich enough to you.
It's like they got like a chicken noodle broth type vibe. I think if you add pepper cream, it's too much.
All right.
Add like a little bit of salt.
Okay, I was watching the salt though. I definitely was, yeah. Okay, no, I was definitely watching that, so I ain't want to, because I use chicken stock. So, does anyone believe in astral projection? Neo believe in that. So, Tinker said it's all energy. Yeah. All right, so let me pull this up real quick. How am I about it? All right, so let's talk about more of this concept of Chop. What is going on with you, bro? It is cold out there, dude. It's cold. We already done took you out twice. What's going on? You can't even have none of the soup. I got some swine. The doctor said you can have some swine, Chop. Chop can't eat no more burgers. Poor buddy. So, all right. So what my chart say up here? All right. So you and yourself not the same, right? Understand the ego, mind, brain, and the consciousness, right? Yourself is the character / ego. What it is: identity, personality, conditioning, roles and labels, emotional reaction. That's the ego. That's the character. How it operates. Let's see. Reactive, fear-based, defends the image, needs validation. Yeah, we all know somebody who really in their ego who constantly goes to her community, her human centipedes, to validate her, because she's operating more on her sinister ego than her true potential, right? Lives in the past and the future, right? Languages is I'm angry. These type of language that they use, I'm angry. That's just who I am. I have to defend myself. They attack me. Who that sound like, y'all? Again, the cult leader, right? And I'm only using her because I know that's who some of y'all are familiar with. So it's not even that I'm just picking on her. I would use what's the dude name, Sonetta, but I haven't been making content about that, man. So let's see, the you are the observer. The YOU, you are the observer. You are the conscious soul. What it is, the awareness, the witness. That's what Buddhism, right, over there in Eastern philosophy, they call consciousness, or the observer, they call it the witness, right? The inner knowing. You remember when I kept telling y'all how I refused to be atheist, because I kept telling the atheist people, because I think when I was in religion or was in Christianity, my strongest desire was to get closer to God. And I kept saying, even when I seen that the Bible had some lot of issues going on, it was still an inner knowing inside me that was like, yeah, but there's something running the show up here, and it likes to play, it likes to joke with me sometimes, you know what I'm saying? Like some things I ask for and then I see it and like, okay, is that the Matrix? Is that God? What's going on, But it's still an inner knowing that I have in the inside when I'm like, yeah, it's more to this. We're just not a bunch of mindless rocks or dust or stardust with a consciousness. It's something about the experience and why do we experience, right? Let's see, the inner knowing, the presence, the consciousness, how it operates. It observes, pauses, it reflects. Anybody do any self-reflecting? Narcissistic people, they can't do it. They ain't gonna self-reflect, honey. They're gonna be victim. But anybody do any self-reflecting? Because I do all the time. I want to change my behavior, right? That's why I was like, rolled my eyes with whoever that person was who was making those comments on the break room lives and stuff like that. I was like, you can keep trying to perceive me like that, but I'm going to eventually get control of the bad things I don't like about myself, because myself, who I am, me, is actually sick of the shit and wants to change. So I'm in my soul, I'm trying to overwrite these codes that's embedded in me. Right? And when people truly become awakened, it's because they realize they are not the body, right? They are not the flesh. They realize, I'm the person I'm the voice. You know what I'm saying? That voice is God, right? And that's when these people be able to, what I like to call, if they are breaking free will, break their free will, right? Hell, I'm convinced that's when some people pass away. I really think some of them probably broke their free will when they be having these spiritual ways how they leave this earth, right? It's a theory, just a theory. But I think there's some people who leave a certain type of way, and I'll be like, did they break their free will? And within the Matrix snatched them out of it. I'm still trying to figure that out, right? But I self-reflect all the time, right? Because the you inside me don't like the things that I do. I don't like when I crash out online. I don't like people say I'm argumentative or whatever. I don't like when people perceive me in negative ways, but I'm also wise enough to understand that some people, once they're dedicated to misunderstanding you, you can be Mother Teresa and they will still find a way to demonize you, because it's actually not you they don't like. It's something about themselves that you don't like, and you make them uncomfortable, right? Me talking about religion makes them uncomfortable. So that's why they attack me, even though I'm not attacking them. But I feel like I said, okay, maybe I can do this more. Gentle. I mean, y'all think I'm terrible now. You should have seen me when I first came out of it. Man, I was on fire. I used to curse Christians out. I was 10 times worse than Callie until I matured. Right? And now I'm more gentle with my approach until they try to send me to hell. Then I get a little activated, just a little bit. But I'm nothing like I was years ago. And that's facts, because I can show y'all videos on how bad I used to be years ago. How how it operates. What I said: pauses, reflect, chooses, lives in the present. That's definitely Buddhist teaching. For those who are familiar, Buddhism, they definitely teach you to do not live in the past, do not live in the future, live in the present. Cause that's the only thing that you can. That's the only time you can kind of like do anything at that moment. Acknowledge the things that's happening in the present. Don't worry about the future. Don't worry about the past. You know. But that's definitely come from Buddhist philosophy. So why it matters: ego melts down when exposed. Right, your ego melts down when it's exposed. Awareness can stay calm. Right, when I'm able to not get triggered over anybody's bullshit, I know I don't reach another level of enlightenment, right? Truth feels threatening to their identity. I don't get triggered when anybody attacks Buddhism. I mean, attacks onism. Not at all. Comfortable, very comfortable and content in my belief. You know, ain't insecure about it, ain't double thinking it, ain't, you know, what's the word I'm looking, you know, some people ain't really secure in their faith, very secure in my faith. So people can diss omnism from every day, 40 days before night, won't lose any sleep. I will not take it personal. Like how some people feel when you challenge Christianity, because it's really because you're not secure. And like I said, a lot of people, you know, you're only following a religion because you're following it out of fear. Fear is controlling the way you love on God, right? Don't want to go to hell. You believe in a religion that was taught to you as a child. So anybody try to debunk omnism, never loses sleep, right? Because I'm secure in my faith. Truth feels freeing to consciousness, right? Let me make sure I'm looking at because I have this other. Yeah, truth feels freeing to consciousness. All right, what else I got up here? If you can't observe it, it is not you. I love that. If you can observe it, it is not you. Thoughts are observed. To give you an example of how your thoughts are observed, anybody ever heard of intrusive thoughts? Anybody want to tell me what that is? Because you know me being having anxiety, I exactly know what intrusive thoughts is, right? Anybody want to know? Anybody know what intrusive thoughts is? Okay, let's see. She said ego is supposed to be there to protect her. Her shit is unbalanced. You are. And when you look in the mirror, boom, there you go. God, I like that one, girl. I like that one. Adrian said, Neo, let's have a movie night where we break down movies that are about consciousness. Girl, now you speak my language. You want to be friends? Because we can be friends. You know, we can be friends. Now you speak my language. That type of shit I'm into, right? But yeah, we can do that. I can do it. I think I can do it on Patreon if I'm not making. I got to figure out how to do that. It's either Patreon or it's another place where it's another Discord. It's one of those groups like Discord is a Patreon where influencers do watch movies with they people or they review books and stuff. I'm gonna make a group that's more intimate for the people that's into this type of teachings. So Tinkerbell said, when you become tuned with the earth and the earth charges us like a battery. Yeah, that's what I believe. One of my counselors told me to put my feet on the grass to go ground myself. Because I was telling her about having an overactive nervous system. All right, so choose unwanted thoughts. Yep, pretty much thoughts that you don't want to have, but you think of anyway. Okay, good. That's close. Yeah, that's pretty much it. All Are you saying your inner monolith is our consciousness? Yeah, and the one that don't sound like you either. If you one of those people who hear another voice, right? But okay, so intrusive thoughts pretty much is intrusive thoughts are unwanted, distress, or involuntary thoughts, images, or urges that pop in the mind unexpectedly, right? Unexpectedly, right? And it be one of those things where it was this one video that went viral when somebody was making fun of intrusive thoughts, and he was like, the dude was laying in the bed, and he was like, you know what? I can kill someone. And then he hopped up and he was like, but I won't, but I won't. Like he started saying it, and he laid back down, but he said, but I can though. I could. Like, it was one of those things that, I have intrusive thoughts, and being that I have anxiety, shit pop up in my mind all the time. I'm like, oh God, how did I think of that? And I'm the only person in the world would think of some type of fear of that, right? When I'm dealing with unwanted fear. Damn, what the lady told us fear means, false, what she called it, fear, false evidence appearing real. The therapist that I'm working with, who's low key trying to help treat my anxiety to keep my nervous system down, she likes to use this anonym where she say, yeah, fear is false evidence appearing real, right? Because I told her that won't be me, it be my brain. You know what I'm saying? I be cool, I don't be scared or nothing, I be just chilling, and I be like, what if that pole breaks and hits you in your head? And I look at the damn pole and move from it. Even though it ain't nothing giving evidence that that pole is going to fall or hit, but I just happen to look up and see a random pole just up in the ceiling. I'll probably like, and a intrusive thought will pop in my head, if that pole fall and hit you, that'll kill you. Then I scoot over from the damn pole. You know what I'm saying? But intrusive thoughts is one of those things that you are observing, because they're unwanted and you're not even generating them. Some people say it come from your subconscious. Some people say it come from, that simulation theory or whatever. But everybody has intrusive thoughts. And science have no idea why it happens. They'll tell you that. It just pop up in your head. You ain't even thinking about anything. You just be chilling, watching a movie, and then boom, something pops up in your head. It ain't got nothing to do with the movie or whatever was on your mind while you was enjoying the movie. But that's a way of that your soul is the one that is observing your thoughts. That's the best example I can give to somebody how you observe your thoughts. Now, if you like me, who also like to write music, I like to write music. Sometimes I like to rehearse when I'm going to say certain things in my head. I like to, talk to myself in my head, rehearse. When I have anxiety and I'm trying to calm myself down, I like to speak to myself a lot in my head, like telling myself to calm down, breathe. And then if it's not working, then I say it out loud, to let my body know, girl, calm down. You're not in danger, right? Just the nervous system trying to keep me safe. That fight or flight, response, right? Emotions, you're observing your emotions, right? When you cry, when you make love, when you attach to someone after making love, and you be like, I think I'm gonna stalk you or I'm gonna marry you, trying to figure that out because the love making was that good, right? Y'all know how people get down, right? When when you're sad, happy, even evil people, they aware of their emotions. That's why they get off on doing evil. The Bible says they can't even sleep. They can't function unless they do something evil. Ain't that wild that the Bible claims that about evil people? That they cannot have a good night rest unless they go out and do something evil. They can't help it because their mind is only set on doing evil. Their heart is dark. It's pure negative energy, demonic energy, principality agendas, right? The identity is observed too. Your identity of who you are, once you get to know yourself, when you were like, know thyself, I know myself. How often when you had somebody try to get you to do something and you be like, girl, I'm not doing that. I ain't even finna waste your time. I know myself. I'm gonna go sleep. You know what I'm saying? Oh, nah, I know myself. Don't bring her over here, friend. I'm a curse her out. You know I don't like her. You know I don't bite my tongue. I ain't friendly. Friend, I know me. You know me. I know me. Don't bring her ass over here. How many times you don't had to check people say, I know myself? Right? Or if you had to apologize to somebody, say, look, that was outside of my character. That is not who I am. I know myself, and I know I was wrong for that. Or let me go find out why I did that, because that is not me. How many times you don't have to say that? I ain't never curse out a person that I deem older or elder, like an elder person, until I started dealing with this shit online. And I remember I had to check myself one time when I told somebody, hey, my mom raised me better than that. I wouldn't want nobody talking to my granddad like that. I'd be ready to smack a motherfucker. Oh, talk to my gramps, you know what I'm saying? So I was like, I was raised with that in me, to respect my elders. Even if I disagree, and even if they are old fool, even if I clearly seeing they just a mature old fool, I was still taught, don't you curse them people out. You know? Me. That was the values my folks instilled in me. Right? But I remember when I did something like that, I was outside myself. I know me. That's not me. I'm sorry. Right? Simple as that. The observer is you. The observer is you. The observed, right? ED, the observed is yourself. Right? What's the C? Ancestral truth. And Yoruba. Oh, okay. That's when I broke down the Yoruba stuff. Why did I put that in there? Yoruba, your Ori equals the body. Kemet, Aki is personality. I hope I'm saying that right, but I'm gonna make sure I double check that. Akan, what's that? Why I put that? Krog. I'm gonna have to look that up because I don't want to mispronounce these African words. So let me double check on that. Our ancestors knew that personality is not the soul. The personality is not the soul. I'm gonna get deeper into that too. I know y'all might be confused about that. You're not the character. You are the consciousness that's watching the character. I'm gonna break that down because I'm gonna show y'all some folk African religions or religions that's older than Christianity that definitely accept these concepts that you yourself is not your soul. You are the soul. The observer, the witness, the inner knowing, the consciousness, the present, that's your soul, right? So I'm gonna break down some religions that talk about that. All right. Okay, so I put, you know what? I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm actually got some of this in ChatGPT before I made it into an image. Just so it can be more, so people can look more at the screen instead of putting a bunch of words at y'all. So I'm actually gonna play a part of this. Is that the white one? Okay, am I missing one? I guess I missed one. But it's okay. I missed one. All right, so I'm gonna play it off my phone because I'll be able to pause it on my phone because for some reason when you play it on your desktop you can't pause. So I'm gonna have ChatGPT kind of just read the things that I put on this artwork so that I grab from ChatGPT when I asked it certain questions. Oh shoot! Hey, I forgot the Bluetooth. Hey, babe. Yeah, I gotta grab my charger. Okay, why isn't it coming through? Can y'all hear that? I'm trying to see why my Bluetooth not coming through.
Bluetooth disconnected.
Okay, it says Bluetooth disconnected. Now it's connected. Let's connect back to it.
Bluetooth connected.
Oh, this is a perfect topic for you, Tanisha.
Okay, let's see. I'm gonna say, what's going on? Hey, babe, you bring my charger? Oh, it is already out here? Okay, I grab it. You said hurry, I'm ready to eat. Cut it out.
This is straight Neo X Codebreaker energy. Let's structure this so you can teach, ground, and wake people up without sounding woo-woo or preachy. I'll break this into 3 clean layers you can use live. Part 1. What is a conscious soul? The observer. The conscious soul equals the observer. When people say soul, strip away religion for a second and define it functionally. The conscious soul is the part of you that notices thoughts instead of being swallowed by them, watches emotions rise and fall, is present before reaction, can say, that isn't me, that's happening in me. That watching presence is what many traditions call soul, spirit, higher self, witness, consciousness, I am. Different names, same function. Proof you are the observer, simple love example. Ask your audience, open quote, right now, notice your breathing, close quote. Then ask, open quote, who noticed it, close quote. That's it. Breath equals body, thought equals mind, noticer, observer. If you were the body or the thought, you couldn't observe them.
Okay, so that was one of the questions that it wanted me to ask. That's why I put it up here on the artwork to remind me to ask people. That I thought this was a good example, right? Ask your audience right now, notice your breathing. Anybody want to go ahead and acknowledge that they know they're breathing? Because if you're not breathing, someone need to be calling 911 and get you some help, right? Because you're about to exit this earthly realm soon in about 5 or 6 minutes, right? But you notice that you're breathing, right? That you're breathing. All right. It says, ask the audience, notice that you're breathing. Then ask who noticed it. Who, that inner you, who noticing that you're breathing. Queen Ye, notice, hey, who asked that? No, hold on, y'all. She messing with my food over there. Hold on. 1 second, y'all. I'll be right back.
Yeah. They think I'm mad. Nah, I'ma wait. Big difference. Is it you or yourself who talking when you melt? Is it truth or the image you felt? Yeah. Is it you or yourself? Ego crying for help. I don't react, I observe, I step back. Is it you or yourself who lie when exposed? Who fall when the light get close? I see the thought, I don't chase it. I see the rage, I don't face plant. Not tryna war with the mirror. Observer sitting adjacent. They emotional, triggered, impatient. I be watching the panic, it's vacant. Truth don't yell, it just standing. Ego scream when it can't fake it. Identity shaky, it cracking. Soon as the spotlight active, soon as the lies get questioned, now everybody get frantic. I ain't defensive, I'm present. I ain't offended, I'm conscious. If I could see the reaction, then I ain't trapped in the process. Is it you or yourself? Ego crying for help. I don't react, I observe, I step back. Is it you or yourself? Who's talking you melt? Is it truth or the image you felt? Is it you or yourself? Ego crying for help. I don't react, I observe, I step back. Is it you or yourself? Who lie when exposed? Who fall when the light get close? Ancestors whisper in silence. Ego loud, but it's fragile. Disconnected from Maury. That's why they acting so savage. They need crowds, they need praise, they need enemies. Stage, truth come through, no protection. Not smear, rage, engage. Projection heavy, it's obvious. They bleed in public, it's comical. If the shoe fit, they stomping it. Observe a calm, unbothered. I don't argue with chaos. I don't wrestle illusions. When awareness walk in the room, all the masks start losing. Who you are when nobody clapping? Who you are when the lies ain't landing? Is the truth make you feel attacked? That's ego dying, not damning. Is it you or yourself who fold under pressure and tell? Is it soul or the image you sell? Is it you or yourself? Observer, breaking a spell. Once I see it, I'm free as hell. I don't crash, I clock patterns. I don't lose control. I gain vanish. Yeah, awareness over.
I'm sorry, Queen Ye over there violating. She over there messing with my damn suit. She know, like me being a former chef. I don't like that. Don't mess with my food now. But let me know what you got going on over there. She being greedy. She trying to rush the process. She over there being greedy, trying to rush the process. Let me mess with my stuff. So I'm sorry, y'all. so Queen Ye pissing me off. You said my grandbaby liked this song. She just smiling and laughing. You got a grandbaby? Keisha, how old is you? I swear y'all be young, looking young and all. Keisha, you got a grandbaby girl. Child. So, but shout out to Keisha's grandbaby. That baby like that bounce, huh? Is you or yourself? So, you. Anyway. But again, where I left off at, because Queen Ye messing with my suit and threw me off. I was asking y'all to notice, right now, ask yourself, like, pay attention to your breaths that you're taking right now. Notice that the person that is noticing that you're taking breath, she said, I'm 50, girl. Shout out to 50. 50 the new 20, okay? Shout out to 50. But, and y'all know, black don't crack. So that's why I be looking, I be like, because I think I seen one of your profile pictures before. That was like, Keisha, you got a grandbaby girl? But anywho, the observer is the one who's noticing that you're breathing, right? That's when they was like the witness. Breath equals the body, thoughts equal the mind. The noticer is the observer. If you were the body or the thoughts, you couldn't observe them. That's the theory. That if you actually are the body or the thoughts, you remember I said the intrusive thoughts? You don't control that. You just know when it happens, you observe them, you don't like them. And you try to, why did I think of that? Oh, shit, what the hell going on with me? You don't control those intrusive thoughts at all. Because number one, the intrusive thoughts are not you. The person that is observing is who you truly are. The noticer, the witness, right? The person who just noticed that you're breathing.
Why the observer feels outside the body. This is important. The observer has no age, has no gender, has no opinion, doesn't panic, doesn't rush. It just is. That's why during trauma, danger, or deep realization, people say, time slowed down. I felt outside myself. I was watching it happen. That's the soul stepping forward. Part 2, ego versus observer. This is where people...
Okay. The ego versus the observer, right? What we at? You okay, babe? Hold on, y'all. All right, so the ego, without demonizing it, right? The ego is not evil, right? The ego is the survivor interfuse, right? Interfuse. Its job is to protect identity, to maintain control, avoid shames, right? I think I'm saying that right. It looked like it said shames. Lives in the past and / the future. The observer, who's the soul, right? Remember, your ego is the body. The observer is the soul, who you actually are, because you remember you leave that body behind. You're gonna leave it here on Earth. It pauses. It notice the reaction. It doesn't need to be right, right? Your soul don't give a damn about right and wrongs. That's why your soul don't be giving a damn about what God you believe in. It's not even concerned with that. Only thing it's concerned with observing and watching you and telling yourself that you don't like certain experiences, you don't enjoy certain experiences. This made you hurt. This made you cry. This is who I fell in love with. These are my intuitions and stuff. The only thing that is concerned with is letting you know what you saw in that moment, what you witnessed, right? It sees the pattern. Me calling myself the code breaker, it's my soul that sees the pattern, not Neo X the body, right? That's not me. That's my soul who noticed patterns. When I'm able to code break and call people out, and just pretty much give you an idea of what you're dealing with, what I'm dealing with. Avoid them, break them, whatever, right? Expose them. That's my soul, that ability to code break, right? It lives in the present. That's the soul. It can't see the future. It does not see the past, right? Only sees things in the present. If you can say, I notice I'm getting defensive, congrats. You just shifted from ego to observer. If you can say that, I say that all the time. I notice I'm getting upset. I notice I'm getting triggered. I notice I'm getting a little, offended. I'm out. Because why? That ego is finna come out and I'm finna be cursing out, yelling, screaming, hollering, yelling. Tinker's gonna have to, Neo, get your ass off the screen. You know what I'm saying? Because the ego finna completely take over. And all the soul can do is sit there and observe. And then let me know after I crash the fuck out. Now, how did that make you feel? What did you learn from this? Me, the you of me, don't like it. I know that. That's why I'm often trying to avoid it. Right? I even said, hey, I'll stop going on certain people platforms to keep me from doing that. Right? Because I know my ego. And then I'm a Leo. On top of that, you know that you can't hurt no Leo's pride. Oh no, they don't like that. They're gonna go off on your ass. Right? So I know I find myself getting the defensive. I find myself, not communicating well with Queen Ye or not showing her enough attention. I would say that. I notice myself. Why am I doing this? This ain't right. But that ego is going to protect that identity. Y'all calling me, gaslighting me. That's why I cursed Jenny the fuck out. That wasn't my soul cursing Jenny out. That was my body, my flesh to the T. That was the ego going the fuck off on her. Because number one, it was protecting my identity because I felt a threat of her gaslighting me. Now you trying to make it seem like what I witnessed you and Nasty Nate do wasn't a big deal. Or what Nasty Nate was doing at the time was not a big deal. Completely ego. But my soul was the part of me that said, I ain't gonna let that happen again. Let's not let that happen again. Let's work on that. Die to self. Let's die to self. Let's practice an ego death, right? Let's do that. The soul ain't gonna die, but let's practice killing that ego. Have an ego death experience. That's all that was. Okay, let me see what y'all saying in this chat. I was trying to see what you said. Wow, I look in the alternative 90s practice your breathing, chi energy, the anxiety within our nervous. Yes, breath is so powerful. One time my heart rate was like really, really super high one time when I was dealing with a medical thing. And I remember the doctor had me look and I just took a couple of breaths, boom, brought it down. No medication or nothing. Breath helps. Breath is life. Breath is, according to the Bible, the spirit of God. So And that's why some people say when you start breathing, they say your spirit has left. The spirit of God has left. So all right, let's go. Let's continue. Let's continue where I left off at.
People get stuck. What the ego actually is. No demonizing. The ego is not evil. The ego is the survival interface. Its job, protect identity, maintain control, avoid shame, defend the story of who I am. The ego says, what will people think? I can't be wrong. I need to win. This is who I've always been. The ego is loud because it's afraid. Ego speaks. Observer watches. This is a contrast you can use live. Ego reacts instantly, needs validation, feels threatened by truth, attacks or deflects, lives in past future. Observer pauses, notices the reaction, doesn't need to be right, sees patterns, lives in the present. If you can say open quote, I notice I'm getting defensive, close quote, congrats. You just shifted from ego observer. Why truth tellers trigger egos. This connects to your broader commentary work. Truth doesn't attack ego, it exposes it. When someone lies compulsively, melts down when questioned, projects onto others, needs constant praise. That's ego in panic mode. The observer doesn't panic because it has nothing to protect. Part 3.
Y'all heard that? Check this out. This is deep. This is deep. Why truth tellers trigger egos, right? Lies compulsively, melt down when questioned. Sounds familiar, like somebody we know? Melts down when questioned, right? Projects onto others. Remember when I was calling out that principality? What I told y'all, man, this before I did my little research and did all this. Stay projecting. Ego, right? Needs constant praise. Grown women over there consoling her. Oh, you're not a bad person. We love you. You're the GOAT. You're so amazing. They're just jealous. Constantly praise. I'm in here doing this live with 20 people in this bitch. And happy with that, right? Not looking at the numbers, not competing with anybody. Here to teach. Not to put fear in people. Nobody should be afraid of me unless you're a bad person, an evil person. Then you should be afraid, right? But ain't nobody afraid that I'm gonna dox them, expose their business, will put up pictures of their mama, their daddy, their children, lie and make up stuff on them or mock the day. Ain't nobody fearing me on that type of level. Only the wicked people fear because they don't want me to code break and expose and put a mirror up and say, hey, you thought they were a good person, but look what I've been picked up on, right? They fear me because they don't want me to shine a light because I illuminate, right? But sounds like somebody I know. Lies compulsively, melts down when questioned, projects onto others, needs constant praise. Don't sound like Neo at all. Not even close. The ego is in panic mode. That principality is protecting that ego, the body, the narcissistic traits, right? The observer doesn't panic because it has nothing to protect. The observer knows that you are the observer, and that ego and your body and all the defenses that is coded to do, it knows that it's not truly you. So it observes you yourself go through these emotions, right? Now, why was it designed that way? I have no idea. But it's clearly showing a functionality. So to me, it's intelligent. That's how I view it versus my understanding of intelligence. It's not random. I was debating the atheists one time, and they was talking about organized chaos or random stuff. And I said, well, if childbirth, if everything was so random, the way if you don't believe that there is a divine or intelligent, or like I like to call architect, right? Designer, then if everything is so random, shouldn't that be more birth defects than they are people who are at the standard of what we call normal? 10 toes, 10 fingers, 2 eyes, no, all the organs develop, no delayed, mental delayed in their behavior, in their mental and their cognitive thinking. Nothing, normal standards, right? If it was, everything was just random, wouldn't there be more birth defects? Because there's actually more people born at the scale that we put normal than people who actually have birth defects, right? Most people are born with a functional sexual organ so they can procreate, right? But then you do have some people what we call intersex, where doctors can't look at the organ and tell if it's male or female. So sometimes they identify or assign them the wrong gender. And then you realize when that child gets to puberty, the doctor got 50% chance of getting it wrong, right? There is no third gender. I know the gays kicked me out. They kicked me out of the community, the LGBT community. I got kicked out for that. Ain't no third gender. Genetically, you're male or female. All they got to do is run a blood test. If your sexual organs are not developed properly, right? But I say that to atheists all the time. Well, wouldn't it be, if everything is random, it should be random defects a lot, right? If it really works like that. But there are spiritual beliefs that teach us that, hey, some of this might be what we call karma. Some of this might be mutations in DNA, right? Two mutated genes came together. Your diet, your history, your environment, things that's in the air could determine babies being defect. Hell, we know radiation, exposure to radiation can cause defect, right? Because something broke the architect's code, mutated it, right? But I often say that to them. I was like, if it's random, there should be more random events. Chopper looks just like his breed, except for he got some skin allergy issues. But he looked like his kind. No other mutations about him, except for he has a health issue where he has allergies, which is common, unfortunately, in his breed, right? But, people try to argue about that. You said, exactly, Neo. They have both. You said sometimes they have both. Sometimes they have both what? Only time they have both is when they have a twin that wasn't developed. I heard them broke that down before. If they have both sexual organs, one of those was a twin that didn't fully develop. They already, I think they call them chimeras. I think if I'm saying that right. If you're trying to say they have sexual, I think they call it chimera. What do people call it? Let me see. It's a word for that because it happened to a lady. Let me see what they call. What's the name of them people? Let me see. It's not called vanishing twin. What's the one? Let me see. Woman has her. Now you got me trying to remember because I talked about this before. No, not hermaphrodites, because that's the one that people use when they degrade it. But I found what I'm looking for. So it's these. Let me see how I'm trying to make sure. Hold on one second, take us. Okay, I found it because I also found a video to help explain that. That's what I'm looking for. But what was it, Chimera? Chimera something. But I'm gonna play a video because it's kind of I discovered this when I was had to get ready for a debate with some people in the LGBT community, and they was trying to say that there was a third gender or people born with two sexual organs, and I was telling them that that was actually a twin that didn't fully develop and vanished into the twin that did develop. So it's still two different sets. So, but let me see. I'm gonna play this for you, Tikas, just in the audience. Y'all check this out. I found the video that I was looking for. Y'all check this out. This is wow. Make sure I play it so it'd be under fair use. But yeah, this definitely wow. Y'all check this out. Because I said I'd do it. I said everything functions in duality. I knew we did not have people who were born. It's actually because they twin. So
Strangest of all. Hey smart people, Joe here. In 1960, a baby girl was born in a Seattle hospital. She was healthy, though one of her eyes was brown and the other was hazel. And her organs were a bit unusual as well. On one side of her body, she had an ovary, and on the other, what looked like a testicle. Strangest of all, when doctors tested her blood, they found a mix of two blood types. The genetic tests revealed that the cells in the girl's body came from two distinct individuals, a male and a female. This girl was what we call a chimera.
Chimera.
So how did
I couldn't remember. Yeah,
this
chimera.
happen? Well, her mother had been pregnant with fraternal twins, a boy and a girl, who had fused into one embryo, resulting in a single healthy child. The doctors used to think that chimeras were extremely rare, but as genetic testing has become more widespread and advanced, it turns out there's more chimeras out there than we thought. In fact, you might even be one.
Is you a chimera? Yeah. But you see what I'm saying? Like I thought that was like, girl, you knew I couldn't wait when I was getting ready to do that debate. I was like, I couldn't wait because they was trying to tell me, hey, it's a third gender. Some people born with two. And I was like, bro, them are twins that don't came together. You get what I'm saying? And sometimes people genetic sexual reproduction system can be so deformed. Doctors can't tell what it is, right? And they will and I think it happens to males the most, right? Where they genetically males and doctors diagnose them as female because they don't have their penis didn't develop, right? And then there's a group of people. Let me show y'all. Let me see if I can find this. I think they call these people the Guovo Noches. The Guovo Noches. Noches. It's a group of boys in South America that they look like females as they look like girls as they grow up, and they organs look like girls, and then they go through puberty, and then you realize they males. Like, it's another. Let me see if I can find the name of this. Let me see. Girls turn to. You never know what you might get over here with neoids. Okay, it's Dominican Republic. Okay, I'm trying to think. What's the name of this? Guevadoches. That's how you pronounce the Guevadoches. I'm gonna show y'all one that is real crazy though. This is wow. You wait till y'all hear this. The phenomena of the Gueve noches. This is when little girls turn into little boys at puberty instead of it happening in the womb, where I keep telling people that everyone starts off genetically female, right? So, I mean, you know, and they mutate into males. This is more proof of it, but let me find something real quick. Wait, that's not what I meant to type. I put it wrong. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Why is it coming up like that? Give me 1 second. There you go. Let me see. Play a quick video of these boys. I'm gonna play something quick. Okay, I'm gonna play this one so y'all can actually see. Is it in English? Let me see.
Hace que unos bebitos crezcan como
simulando no, it's not in English. I'm gonna find one that got it in English. I'm just trying to find a short video of somebody explaining it to y'all, because this is wild.
Hello, my name.
Let me see. Give me 1 second. I had a good video that explained it that was kind of short, but let me see. I wanted y'all to actually see them when they showed the boys. Dang, I wish I knew what video I used to use.
Imagine waking up one day and finding that you turned into a boy or a girl.
What's going on here? Oh my god, it's gone! It's gone! Oh.
Thank God that only happens in movies, right? Right? Not exactly. Today we will meet the Guevedoses, the girls who mysteriously turn into boys, and we will understand why. But before, don't forget to turn the 5 biggest Montreal TV subscribe button into a subscribed button. 12, at around 12, Carla from the Dominican Republic started transforming into Carlos. Her body started changing with puberty, and she started developing male genitalia and male characteristics. For her family, this was not unusual, as her cousin Catherine, who is a boy now, went through the same process. In fact, in that part of the Dominican Republic, 1 in 90 born girls become boys at puberty. They are called the Guevedoses, which translates to penis at 12. So what the hell is going on in there? The explanation is rather simple. All Guevedoses are genetically males and have X and Y chromosomes. They have a very rare genetic disorder that causes them to lack an enzyme that is necessary for the development of the male parts in the womb. Consequently, they are born with what appears to be female genitalia. At puberty, like other boys, they get a second surge of testosterone, the male hormone. This time, the body does respond, and they sprout muscles, testicles, and a penis. Gaudlin, 2 years old, is a guavedose. She looks like a girl, but doctors noticed through an ultrasound that she had small testicles hidden inside. Like Johnny, who is 24, she will turn into a boy when she will hit puberty. Medical investigations show that in most cases their new male equipment seems to work fine, and that most guavedoses live out their lives as men, though some go through an operation and remain female. Carla's mother said, "I love her however she is. Girl or boy, it makes no difference." Thank you for watching.
Now, it's more on that, but I just definitely want y'all to see that it's like I had to do some research because I was debating that there is no third gender, right? And the person was trying to say that there is, and they tried to use this as an example, and I was like, them were boys who didn't develop until they puberty, right? Even though everybody's genetically started off as female, right? I'm talking about like the shell, right? And then they mutate, their X chromosome mutate, and it turns into a Y, and they become boys. But I wanted y'all to see that why doctors misdiagnose people all the time, they be assigning the wrong birth, and that a kid can appear to be, because it happens to males, because it's not the other way around. When I kept looking to see, is there a situation where they thought a baby was a male, and during puberty they realized it was that this person is genetically female? I can't find it. It's always the reverse. That it seems like males tend to get misdiagnosed the most because their sexual organs doesn't fully develop. See, I never heard of that either. Yeah, I had to research. I only aware of this because I had to debate it. I got, before I got kicked out of the community. So I had to debate it because I was like, yeah, everything functions down here in duality. Birth defects are not genders, are not a third gender. Those are just birth defects, right? People's sexual organs not fully developed. And doctors didn't have blood tests and all that stuff at the time to genetically find out what someone is. And usually you won't find out what they are until puberty because, the body is preparing this person for sex so they can procreate, But I'm sorry I got off topic real quick. I think Tinker's, when she said that they like both sexes, I was like, nah, but they ain't. Those are twins. You know what I'm saying? Those are twins. And then these Guovanoches boys are boys that don't develop until they puberty. Instead of developing in the womb, they develop at puberty. So, all right, I digress. I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all know I get a little distracted. Blame Tinkers. Because I definitely was like, I can show y'all that right now. Because I had to debate that a couple of years ago. So, all right, let me get back to ChatGPT. But yeah, I had to show y'all that. Yeah. So, learn something new, right? Learn something new today, Yeah, that's what you're going to get over here on Neo's channel. That's exactly what you're going to get. Over here, we're going to learn something new. We're going to expand our mind, Craig. You got to expand your mind. Expand your mind, Craig. Expand your mind. You never know what you're going to learn over here on NeoX. You never know. One moment you might learn that, the Bible say that a loaf of bread, punani, if you're going to sell it, is only worth a loaf of bread. Or you might find out that Captain Crunch's first name is Horatio. What's his name? Horatio. Captain Crunch first name. His first name is Horatio. I think it was like Horatio or something like Alberto and Horatio. Something started with H. Or Caesar dressing is made with anchovies. You just never know. Never know what you might learn over here. That's why you should stay tuned and become a member and subscribe and hit the like button. So, but okay, let's get it to it. But yeah, you never know what you might learn over here. Let me get Captain. Now my brain won't let me move on until I get Captain Crunch first name, real name. That's how my brain works. Sorry, y'all. Captain Crunch first name is what's his name? Captain Crunch. What's his name? Captain Crunch. Captain Crunch. Horatio McGillet. That's Captain Crunch. McGallan. If anybody curious. Anybody curious, it's Captain Crunch. It's Captain Crunch name right there. So that's anybody. Horatio. That's his name. Anybody curious? The guy from the cereal. But anywho, okay, let me get back to it. Okay, I talked about why truth tellers. Did I put the same slide? Or? Yeah, I don't know why that came up like that. Okay.
Matters. Real world application. Awareness equals freedom. Here's the key line for your show. Open quote. The moment you can observe a pattern, you are no longer trapped inside it. Close quote. Most people aren't evil. They're unconscious. They don't choose reactions. Reactions choose them. Ego wants control. Observer wants truth. Ego asks, how do I look? How do I win? How do I protect my image? Observer asks, what is actually happening? Why did I react? What's the lesson here? This is why awakening feels lonely. Most people would rather feel right than be free.
Now tell me that ain't deep, right? The ego. How do I look? How do I win? Right? How do I protect my image? Ego, straight image. They're trying to ruin my brand. Instead of self-reflecting and changing their nasty, cruel ways. Only thing this person is seeing on the internet that the internet is awarding their bad behavior. So why should I change? I'm making plenty money off of it. I'm getting the attention that I need. I'm building my brand, but at the same time protecting their brand. They lie, yell, scream, destroy, humiliate, cyberbully. That's all ego, controlled by the principality, right? Clearly not the soul, right? Just principality. But the observer, how does the observer speak? Somebody who's trying to change their way, who's trying to be better. That the side of you who I think, if there is a judge of a God, he's going to clearly judge your soul, right? The observer, right, asks, what is actually happening? Why did I react? What is the lesson here, right? When I break down them hell concepts tomorrow, we're going to talk about that lesson. My theory on why some of us are here, right? I'm going to break that down tomorrow when we talk about hell. What is the lesson? Y'all know I think we on a journey. Everybody on this path called life. Unfortunately, some of us have more difficult paths than others. Some of us have more obstacles on their path than others, right? Because there's different lessons that need to be learned. This is why awakening feels lonely. How many times y'all don't heard people who talk about spiritually awakened, being conscious, talking about deep things, research? How often do they say they feel alone? I don't have to deal with that, right? Damn, how I'm in a relationship and I still feel alone? Why I feel like nobody gets it? Why do I feel like I'm crazy? Why do I feel like the odd man out? Right? Some of my favorite teachers will tell you the most intelligent people are so depressed because they feel so alone. They feel misunderstood. They can see the matrix. They can see the code. They can see the manipulation. They can see the evil that's happening. And it seems like they can't connect with the people, the right people who care about these things or try to do what they can to make the world a better place. And some people just submit to the matrix, right? And some people try to escape it, right? But some people, it does feel lonely when you feel like, damn, people think I'm crazy for, I remember when was like feeling some type of way when certain family members were saying I was crazy because I did not want to have nothing to do with Christianity again. But can you imagine that? When I was experiencing psychosis and thinking I'm seeing shit and, then going through all that, when I had temporary psychosis, they didn't really think that was crazy, even though medically my brain was acting up, right? But when I got stable and sane and all that shit went away, right? And then I said, the religion is what made me go nuts. You know what I'm saying? When I went and found the cause of it, it was the religion and what it teach and the misteachings and the personal teachings that I came across myself, right? The fears, the lies, the contradictions, the game, right? Once I realized what was causing me going nuts, I just put it away. Been fine ever since, right? But it was crazy that when I was going through that, it was, oh, the devil's attacking you. Oh, you must really gonna be doing something powerful for the Lord, or you the kingdoms, the Satan trying to stop you from advancing the Lord's kingdom. Or it's the devil, it's the demons, it's the devil. Pray, Holy Ghost, fast, pray. That when I was seeing stuff, that was the devil. But I say, you know what? I don't want to be a part of this faith no more. I don't want to be something ain't right with it. Can't explain it. Just not sitting well with me. I don't want to have nothing to do with it. Right? Well, traditional, she over there telling me, oh, God ain't real. Even though I never said that. I said I don't fuck with Christianity. But when I say I don't fuck with Christianity, they say, oh, she don't think God is real. You know what I'm saying? And all of a sudden, the whispers in my family, people were saying I was goddamn crazy. Right? So, and of course, with my slip mouth, I said a few things, but then I let it go. Because part of being awakened, when you're awakening, you do feel lonely. You feel like nobody understands you. And it's like you feel off because it's like you viewing the world through a new set of lenses. There is a dude named Dick Gregory. Let me see if I can find this video for y'all real quick. Dick Gregory. And he used to always say this. People quote this this part when he say, "When the universe." Let me find it. When the universe chooses you. No, that's not what he said. What's his name? What did the hell he say? Let me see what he said. When Dick. When the universe chooses you. That's what he said. The universe chooses you. It's the magic glasses quote. I wanted to share that with y'all because I meditate on that every time people play it, every time I hear it. Now I was trying to play one that ain't got no music. All right, I'm gonna just play it. I don't care. Tinkerbells took care of me with that. Even if I don't get no money off this video, it's all good. We want to play this because that's what it feel like when you waking up. And this man was super duper duper conscious, right? Clearly, very conscious guy with a lot of wisdom.
What's dangerous is when the universe pick you and you put on the magic glasses. There's rules that go with them. You can never take them off. You never see things as they're supposed to be. You see things as they are. And you can never force nobody else to wear them. So, what's dangerous?
I just thought that was just like some realist stuff that I heard, because that's what it feel like, right? When the universe chooses you and you put on the magic glasses, right? You see things as they supposed to be, not as they are, right? And you can't force nobody else to put them damn glasses on, because the universe, number one, didn't choose them, chose you. And you can't force nobody else. You can't take them off, because once you come across certain truths, you can't deny what you know. You know, that's why often when people say, oh, I feel like, they don't prophesy that I was going to go back to the Christian faith. I told him, hey, I don't question God if God told you that, but I don't see how that's possible because I know too much. You feel what I'm saying? Like I can't take the glasses off. I don't. I'm on my way. You feel me? That's why I eventually get back to the things that I know are important, not the bullshit over there arguing with them damn people, right? But you can't force nobody to see the truth, right? Even though people say I get offended or defensive if people don't see my point of view, and I was just curious, like, did that really happen on Break Room Show last night, or are you just full of shit and being an asshole? He got triggered and was sending me to hell. I have no hell to put him in. Or if I do, I tell him choose. It's a plethora of hells out there. Just more than Christianity. Ain't you worried about the other hells? Are you seeking salvation through those other people's religion? Because there's plenty of hells. But I didn't send that man to hell. If you being a Christian, it does not affect my life. Right? You going through stuff, you don't know no other way. If Jesus is helping you get through this world, believe in Jesus. Right? Like I said, neo-etch just become the balance when you're using your religion to cause harm. And try to control how people should live their life and control who a person should love and who they shouldn't be in love with. Because your religion book claims that they can't be in love, but you ignore your part of your religious book that tell you to keep the 7-day holy and you go to church on Sundays. Right? It's cherry picking. So when people want to use their religion to harm or manipulate or psychologically bully someone, Neil, I'm just a balance that come in like, not so fast. If he's going to hell, you going to be in the front line. Look what your Bible say. Let's go back. Let's go back to the basics, But I don't see myself returning, because I just know too much. Like he said, once you put on the magic glasses, you can't take that shit off. And you can't force nobody else to see what you understand. You have to wait for them to meet you at that level. So one girl who I used to be in a religious cult with, she used to always say that I wasn't going to stay in that shit long. She was like, girl, you too intelligent and you seeking too much. You're not. Before she left, because she left before I left. Right? But I used to tell her, ain't nothing going to pull me away from the Bible. No, ma'am. I would die. I used to tell people I'd die for the Bible. That's how devoted I was to it. Nah, girl, you tripping. I rebuked thee. I stayed rebuking this girl. Even though she was very religious like I was, and I was shocked that she left the religion and was teaching some other stuff, right? But I remember when she was just eating at the table, we was eating, enjoying, and she just kept saying to her husband, Tanisha gonna be okay. Girl, you ain't gonna be in that shit long. And she literally, because she said, once you start seeking, you ain't gonna be denied the truth that you come across. Now she ain't a part of the shit no more. Now she doing her spiritual stuff, and I'm probably working on trying to see if I can go interview her at one point, because I definitely think I do want to have a nice little interview with her to let her know she called it. You was right, because I did come across truths that I couldn't deny, and then me being as genuine as I possibly can, I trusted God in the process in that and say, hey, this ain't on me no more. Now this on you. Now you gonna have to intervene to help your girl out, So I'm cool. But I'm telling you, she understood me, I understood her, and it felt good once I talked to her again. And like, girl, I'm glad I'm not the only one out here feeling lonely and crazy. It was lonely and crazy for her, But she called it. But when you do come across somebody who wakes up with you, I think that's why people become closer and they become friends, and it becomes more personal because they know that lonely feeling.
Dangerous is when the universe pick you, and you put. What's dangerous is when the universe pick you, and you put on the magic glasses. There's rules that go with them. You can never take them off. You never see things that they're supposed to be. You see things as they are. And you can never force nobody else to wear them. So.
Yeah, you see things, You just don't see things like you're supposed to. You see them as they are,
You can never take them off. Glasses, there's rules that go with them. You can never take them off. You never see things that they're supposed to be. You see things.
Yeah, you see things You don't see things how they supposed to be. Like, you don't see things how they say it's supposed to be. You see it how it is, as they are. You ain't gonna deny no truth when you got no magic glasses on, But only a select people are allowed to, I guess, get it. And I think with me, maybe because I prayed for it, I asked for it. So just like I remember when I asked for the Holy Ghost, the Holy Spirit, I asked for it.
As they are, you could never force nobody else to wear them.
Yeah, I like dude. He was always deep. So I remember when I prayed and asked for the Holy Ghost. Never gonna forget that day. Never gonna forget that day. All right, let's get back to this. How long I've been? 2 hours and 30 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna try to get through this in the next 20 minutes so I can enjoy the rest of my time with Queen Ye, and we eat our soup and drink some wine and watch some TV. So, all right, let me plug my phone up. It's about to die. 1 second, y'all. No, babe, leave it on. Leave it on, please. Thank you. Why is this echo thing? How long I been echoing? Y'all ain't even been telling me I was echoing? I mean, I hope y'all would have told me I'm echoing. Am I echoing? Because it sounded like it was echoing in my headphones. Is there an echo? Anybody in the chat? I hope I was not echoing the whole time. Or did that happen when I plugged in my charger? Was there an echo, y'all, the whole time? Anybody want to tell me? That's 100% true, Tinkus. I agree with that 100. So, all right, just wait. Was there an echo? I didn't hear any echo. Okay, good. Okay, good. Because I think that must have happened when I must have moved the dial when I was plugging up my phone. Because I looked down and I said, why do I hear an echo in my headphones? So that must have happened when I moved the dial. It must have turned it up. I mean, when I moved the charger, it must have hit the dial. So, okay, good. Okay. I've been conscious for 11 years this month. Girl, you think it'd been a minute for me too, but I think maybe mine started 5, 6 years ago. You said I saw his video, yeah. I remember when I used to listen to Alan Watts. That's another dude. I used to like listening to. And then what's the black guy name? His name is Hagen. It's something Hagens. I can't remember his name. Um Damn, what's that dude name? A black dude. His last name was like Hagens or something like that. Or he was a former pastor. And then of course y'all know I used to watch Kevin. Um, that was dude name. I can't remember that dude name. It's gonna come to me. You say you always knew that you was different. I didn't think like the other kids. I knew I had a real good imagine. I used to really imagine a lot of stuff as a kid. I had a very active imagination. So, but I remember I was always curious and I always questioned and I would debate anybody, you know what I'm saying, when I started talking. Because I went through a phase where I didn't talk for a while to the point that these people thought I was might have had some like, not that I was mute because my mom knew I could speak, but they thought maybe there was something else going on with me because I wouldn't talk, and it was because of all the sexual abuse that I was going through. So, but I remember they thought I was a little Riri at one point because I just would not talk. So, and I broke out of my shell and started talking. I really started talking. I gotta tell y'all the story one day what really made me. I can tell y'all real quick what really motivated me one day to actually be bold and start talking, like to the point that people don't forget who I am. I was in the 6th grade, if I'm not sixth. Yeah, it was like I think I was in the 6th grade, and they was giving 6th or 7th grade, one of those grades. They was giving out awards. Y'all know at the end of the year they do those participation awards. When they give you an award for perfect attendance, best personality, most outgoing, most athletic, most intelligent, most gifted. They use the word intelligent. And I just knew that I was going to get the award for being best active, being that I was a captain on my dodgeball team. And I was known for being very athletic, very good basketball player, very great dodge player, great flag player, could run fast as hell. I was like the second fastest girl in my school, second, because there was always this one girl named Sheena who could outrun the shit out of me, right? And so I still think because she was taller than me. But anywho, I was the second fastest female at my school, and it was known, right? Because my mom was considering putting me in track. I just knew I was going to get an award for being most athletic. Y'all know them people gave me an award for being the most quietest. I got an award when everybody was getting their fun awards, or proud of their award. They gave me an award for being quiet. I was pissed. I said, I'm gonna turn up on their ass, and that's what I did. And that's when I started I started getting in trouble a lot, going to detention. My mama used to have to come to the school a lot, and teachers had to talk about my behavior and me running my mouth and going off. And I started talking my ass off because I did not like that. I was like, these motherfuckers gave me an award for being quiet. I'm turning up, and I did. And then my 6th grade, my 8th grade teacher, the one who Nasty Nate and them was trying to research on what I said about her going to jail. Like, I remember when I let her ass have it, right? And I remember my mom used to tell the people, I don't know what's gotten into my daughter. she never used to talk and all that stuff. And man, you motherfuckers gave me an award for being quiet. Ain't that quiet about me. I was just obedient, at the time. And I ain't have nothing to say. But I got something to say now. But the next time y'all gonna give me the right award. You know what I'm saying? You gonna give me the right award next time. Like, fuck being quiet. I ain't that damn quiet. Yeah, I said, yeah, it definitely tastes better. So I did. That's why I said I put the heavy cream in there. But I'm saying go away, Queen Ye. So, cause you trying to start. I told you to put it in there. Okay, that's better. Okay. All right. Thank you. Such an ass, bro. All right. So, but yeah. So that's what happened, boy. I can tell you, I was like, shit. Give me a award for being quiet again. Now they can't shut me up. Now it's shut up, Tanisha. Try it again. See what happened next year. But all right. And so where we at? The ego, the observer. Where we at? What I was talking about being lonely. Okay, so this is why awakening feels lonely. Most people would rather feel right than be free. So they rather give into their ego than actually do some soul searching, basically. You know? I'm okay with being wrong. I can tell people I'm wrong. Hell, there's been times when I taught the Bible, and now that I know the truth, I can stand in front of people and say, hey, I taught this lesson, and I was wrong. You know what I'm saying? I remember when Clifford Dollar came out and told his people he was wrong about tithing. Once he did a deep dive into tithing, he told them people he was wrong. So I have no problem telling people when I'm wrong. So. All right. I'm sorry, y'all. My damn chat GPT done started all over. And I'm trying to get to. So some of this stuff is going to replay that we already heard it. And then I'm going to get to where I was.
Oh, this is a perfect topic for you, Tanisha. This is straight Neo-X codebreaker energy.
Oh, Chop, come on, bro. Babe, you'll see what's going on outside because I hear people. Good boy, Chop. Babe, you'll peep to see what's going on outside because it does sound like people at like close by. You already look? Okay. My bad, y'all. My chat GPT froze up. I'm trying to reset it. Good boy, Chop. Good boy, Stinker boy. Good boy, Stinker boy. I'm telling him there's a big dog in this house. Y'all too close. Chopper letting them know there's a big dog in this house. My bad, y'all. My chat GPT had froze. So. Okay, Chop. Okay. Good boy.
Oh, this is a perfect topic for you, Tanisha. This is straight Neo-X codebreaker energy. Let's structure this so you can teach, ground, and wake people up without sounding woo-woo or preachy. I'll break this into 3 clean layers you can use live. Part 1. What is a conscious soul? The conscious soul, the observer. When people say soul, strip away religion for a second and define it functionally. The conscious soul is the part of you that notices thoughts instead of being swallowed by them, watches emotions rise and fall, is present before reaction, can say, that isn't me, that's happening in me. That watching presence is what many traditions call soul, spirit, higher self, witness, consciousness, I am. Different names, same function. Proof you are the observer. Simple live example. Ask your audience, open quote, right now notice your breathing, close quote. Then ask, open quote, who noticed it? Close quote. That's it. Breath equals body, thought equals mind, noticer equals observer. If you were the body or the thought, you couldn't observe them. Why the observer feels outside the body. This is important.
I'm sorry, y'all. I know y'all already heard this again, but for some reason, ChatGPT do not let you fast forward or rewind. So the section that I have it broken down, we got to hear it all over. But fortunately, it's not a long section.
The observer, has no age, has no gender, has no opinion, doesn't panic, doesn't rush. It just is. That's why during trauma, danger, or deep realization, people say, time slowed down, I felt outside myself, I was watching it happen. That's the soul stepping forward. Part 2, Ego versus Observer. This is where people get stuck. What the ego actually is humanizing. The ego is not evil. The ego is the survival interface. Its job, protect identity, maintain control, avoid shame, defend the story of who I am. The ego says, what will people think? I can't be wrong. I need to win. This is who I've always been. The ego is loud because it's afraid. Ego speaks. Observer watches. This is a contrast you can use live. Ego reacts instantly, needs validation, feels threatened by truth, attacks or deflects, lives in past future. Observer, soul, pauses, notices the reaction, doesn't need to be right, sees patterns, lives in the present. If you can say, open quote, I notice I'm getting defensive, close quote, congrats, you just shifted from ego observer. Why truth tellers trigger egos. This connects to your broader commentary work. Truth doesn't attack ego, it exposes it. When someone lies compulsively, melts down when questioned, projects onto others, needs constant praise, that's ego in panic mode. The observer doesn't panic because it has nothing to protect. Part 3, Why This Matters, Real-World Application. Awareness equals freedom. Here's the key line for your show. Open quote, the moment you can observe a pattern, you are no longer trapped inside it. Close quote. Most people aren't evil, they're unconscious. They don't choose reactions, reactions choose them. Ego wants control. Observer wants truth. Ego asks, how do I look? How do I win? How do I protect my image? Observer asks, what is actually happening? Why did I react? What's the lesson here? This is why awakening feels lonely. Most people would rather feel right than be free.
Okay, so that's where we left off at. All right, so what's the... All right, I'm going to go to part 9 of this. The soul doesn't need belief, it needs awareness.
The soul doesn't need belief, it needs awareness. You don't have to believe in simulation theory, religion, spiritual language to access the observer. You only need to notice. And once you notice, you can't unnotice.
Once you notice, you can't unnotice. That's why I said people who are aware of their awareness and they call themselves a witness, like how them old ancient religions do. The religions is older than Christianity, right? The religions I'm gonna tap into when I talk about different forms of hell. You know, once you notice, you can't shake it when you peep it. Like, damn, this is not who I am. You know, that's the body. That's the flesh. You know, if you think about it, the Bible kind of low key teaches that your soul, your spirit, or your soul versus the flesh, right? I think there's a scripture in the Bible where Jesus get on people about, you know, sinning, talking about adultery. He says if you even look at a woman with a lustful eye, you committed adultery in your heart, your soul, right? Even though it's your flesh, your desires, but him telling you to, hey, pluck your eye out if your eye calls you to sin. Chop your hand off if it calls you to sin. You know, it's better to go to heaven with a missing eye and a missing hand than the whole body go to hell, right? Saying that, hey, this yourself, your ego, if that's what's getting you in trouble with your divine creator, put it in check. You know, if you do these things, that's you, your soul. Like, call it, you know, cleanse yourself, you know, die to yourself. Die to yourself, ego death. Same thing, same concept. Just that's Christianity, call it dying to yourself or taking up your cross. Other religions, ego death. And we'll concentrate more on, you know, developing your soul and maturing your soul.
Strong closing statement for your live. You can end with this or a variation. Open quote, you are not your trauma. You are not your reactions. You are not your conditioning. You are the one who sees it. And once you see, the character no longer runs the show. Close quote. If you want next, I can.
All right, so the next part of this...
Oh, this is a perfect topic for you, Tanisha.
The next part of this, we're going to actually talk about the religious part, right? How some of these older religions are aware of the soul, or what we call the observer or witness. But I like how ChatGPT broke this down before I go into the religious part. You're not your trauma. You're not the reaction. You're not your conditioning. You are the one who sees it. You're the observer. That's who you truly are, your soul. And once you see it, the character no longer runs the show. That's why I said some people break the matrix, break the code. And that self-discipline, that self-control be through the roof, right? To the point that these people illuminate, to the point that it feel when you sing, like when you see them, they are translucent in the spirit. Like they like you can tell that they in between realms, right? Heaven and not heaven, but you know, this world and another world we can't see, right? You can kind of sense those people. You can see them, and you be like, man, they on some other type of energy, because it's like they almost like glowing, like gods, right? Or what we think gods are. So, all right. So this next part, we're gonna talk about Buddhism, the observer across traditions and science. We're gonna talk about some of the things they say about that. So. But these concepts are way older than Christianity.
Perfect. Let's anchor the observer, conscious soul across Buddhism, Christianity, and neuroscience so your audience sees this isn't woo. It's ancient plus biological, experiential truth. I'll keep the language clean, quotable, and live ready. The observer across traditions and science. Buddhism, the witness non-self. Core idea, Buddhism teaches that suffering comes from mistaking the ego for the self. The Buddha didn't say you don't exist. He said, what you think is you isn't you. Observer in Buddhism, called the witness or bare awareness, thoughts, emotions, identity equals impermanent. Awareness equals constant. Classic teaching, open quote, you are not your thoughts. You are the one who observes them. Close quote. Meditation is not about clearing the mind. It's about realizing you were never the mind. Ego versus observer, Buddhist lens. Ego equals attachment, clinging, aversion, identity. Observer equals non-attachment, seeing without clinging. That's why enlightenment isn't gaining something. It's dropping the illusion of the false self. Translation for your audience. Open quote. The moment you stop identifying with the reaction, suffering loosens its grip. Close quote.
One of the most powerful teachings that I came across when I was studying Buddhism is that they say we suffer because we desire. All right, that's one thing I definitely walked away with understanding. You reduce the desire, you reduce the suffering. You know, people who feel like they desire a new house, a lot of money, big cars. Somebody might have a crush on who don't know they exist. You suffer when you don't get the things that your mind and your body is constantly saying that you need to make one happy. You need these things. If I get this promotion, I'll be happy. If I get the girl of my dream, I'll be happy, right? If I hit this lottery ticket, if I can just get this lottery ticket, I'll be happy. If I get my music out there, and get a record deal, I'll be happy, right? You know what I'm saying? Like the things that you seek, desire, and when those things, if the universe don't open those doors for you, if you don't get what you want, some people really become real negative, bad. They start punching down because they can't punch the universe, right? It tells you to be content and live in the present and appreciate the little things you have. And as those things that you want, just make sure that's aligned with your destiny, right? If you want to make a lot of money so you can open up some like a orphanage, that's not a bad desire, right? But just make sure the things that you do desires is not more the things that are selfish, and focus on improving the world. And if you don't want to do that, then at least improve yourself, right? But don't focus on selfish things that will make you happy, because if you don't get those things, you're going to suffer more, right? So accept that you don't live forever, right? Accept that one day you're going to have to bury your parents, right? That they're not going to live forever, and one day your kids have to bury you. Accept death. That's we all say, man, I want to live to be 100, and I used to say that too, but then I stopped saying it because I said, well, if my quality of life ain't I don't want to be stuck in the bed, just not able to living to be 100. I want to still be able to enjoy life. I want longevity, but I want it to be I want to be able to live. So I don't want to be just sitting in the bed and, wait for somebody to wipe my butt, not like that, So I used to love that teaching. Like, you suffer because you desire, reduce the desire. I start reducing the desires. How often do y'all hear me say I'm my own competition? I don't want nothing that anything else that people have that they think I should be jealous of. Their fans, their human centipedes, their numbers, their money. Don't want none of that. I don't even desire that. My desire is to get closer to God. Say that to y'all all the time. And then while I'm here, being the best auntie in the world, being the greatest stepmom in the world, being the best partner / future wife to my fiance, being a better version for her, being a better version for me, learning to love myself more, not to engage with dark people, entertain darkness, You suffer because you desire. So I decided to limit my desires, right? If I don't get certain things that I want, I'm like, okay, cool. I never had a kid. I always wanted a kid, but the universe didn't choose me to be a mother in this timeline, right? Not to be that type of mother, not a biological mother, but chose me apparently to be a mother to community. So I'm okay with that, But yeah, I used to love that. You said desiring anything. I don't know I guess they was trying to say. That's the best way. Let me see, because I want to say this the right way. Because I remember when I used to chant with them. We suffer. Let me see. Get the quote for you. You suffer because you desire. We're going to why don't we let ChatGPT explain that? All right. I'm going to go ChatGPT. I know Google AI trying to catch up with ChatGPT, but, I like my AI, so I talk to it about anything. So let's go to ChatGPT. We suffer because you desire explain. That's what I just asked it. I asked it to explain it. So it can articulate, because I'm a little tired too, so I don't want to, but I don't want to be all over the place a little bit. But I remember when it was explained to me, I understood it. And I remember when I began to reduce my desires through meditation. All right, so I told it to explain that. And let's see what it came up with.
Here's a clean, layered way to explain we suffer because you desire, without mysticism fluff, but with depth, the core meaning. We suffer because you desire means, open quote, suffering isn't caused by reality itself, it's caused by attachment to how we want reality to be. Close quote. Pain happens. Suffering is what the mind adds. Desire versus reality. Desire says, I need this to be different. This shouldn't have happened. I must have that to be okay. Reality says, this is what is. When desire clashes with reality, friction is created, and that friction is suffering. Simple examples. Love, pain, someone leaves, suffering. They were supposed to stay forever. Money, pain, financial loss, suffering. I can't be happy unless I'm wealthy. Ego, pain, being criticized, suffering. I need to be seen as right, respected, superior. The event hurts, but the story about what should have happened keeps the wound open. Psychological angle, modern terms. In psychology, this connects to attachment, expectation, cognitive rigidity, ego identity. When the mind is attached to an outcome, identity, or narrative, it resists change, and resistance creates suffering. Open quote, pain is inevitable, suffering is resistance, close quote. Deeper layer, observer versus ego. This is where it gets interesting. Desire belongs to the ego, the identity, the me, the story. The observer simply experiences. When you identify with desire, you suffer as the story. When you observe desire, you experience emotion without drowning in it. Open quote, the observer notices pain. The ego argues with reality. Close quote. Important clarification. This is not saying This phrase does not mean you shouldn't want things. Desire is evil. You must suppress emotions. Life should be passive. It means, open quote, desire without awareness becomes a prison. Close quote. You can want without being owned by the wanting. The key distinction, pain, suffering, happens naturally, created mentally, short-term, prolonged, felt in the body, replayed in the mind, inevitable, optional. One-line breakdown, perfect for your show. Open quote, pain is what happens to you. Suffering is what happens when your desire refuses to accept reality. Close quote. Or even sharper. Open quote. We don't suffer because life hurts. We suffer because we demand that life obey us.
Okay, so that's kind of deep, because then when they say you suffer because when you don't get what you want, people selling their soul to the devil for riches, right? And still wind up suffering and hating their whole being, you know what I'm saying? That's what I say. They used to just say that you suffer because you desire. And I used to, okay, what does that mean? Can you break that down a little further? And then I remember when I was studying some of the teachings and reducing the desires and being okay with whatever the universe gives me, I noticed it does help with reducing suffering, you know? Just like I put a goal up, I put a goal up on my YouTube, right? People use that to feed into their ego. I put it up there to show that I'm not afraid if I do not reach a goal, right? I put up 5 super chats, right? A goal, because that's the minimum you can put. No, the minimum you can put the one. But I put it up as a form that I'm okay if I don't reach the goals that I set for myself, right? Because there's no competition. Set me a goal for 5, right? Even though I know I'm doing a live where majority of the people who come in to view me are not interested in this stuff that I'm talking. So that's why I got 15 people in here now. When if I'm talking shit, I can have up to 200 people in here, right? Right. But I'm showing that I'm okay with that. I know Dawn made a good comment when she was saying that, she don't want to feel like she's not, how she worded it. She said something like she don't want to feel like it was a failure or anything. And I just did that just to show that I'm okay if I don't reach that goal. Set it, but if I don't get it, it's okay, right? The one that I did get was great. Be grateful. I'm grateful that Tinker sent me $50 on this live. I'm appreciative of what I did get, and not what I didn't get. But there's some people that goal setting thing means the world to them. That show them that they are better than you, right? That's the way they validate how important they are, or how superior they think they are. The person that's superior and the victim in the same time. You know how we learned that over there on Break Room Channel. Superior and the victim at the same time. But I said it because I said, what, I'm gonna start setting a little minimum goal. And I'll be okay with not reaching it. It won't feel no type of way. And if I do get a super chat, be grateful of that super chat. And I am. So, all right, so let me get back to it. But hopefully that answered your questions more. Kawani, when you asked what does that mean to, desiring anything. But it's a Buddhist concept. It comes from Buddhism. And ChatGPT, I think ChatGPT did a good job breaking it down. Yeah, I think ChatGPT did a real good job breaking that down. Because since you asked, I wanted to make sure you can fully understand what it was saying. So. Right, Tinkers. But all right. But yeah, I'm telling y'all, I gotta live in the present. I'm my own competition. Okay? All right, let's get where I left. So now we finna go on to Christianity.
Christianity, the soul, the spirit, and the flesh. Christianity actually makes a clear distinction most people skip over. Biblical triad often ignored. Flesh equals body plus impulses, survival, appetite. Mind, worldly self equals ego, pride, fear, identity. Spirit's higher awareness aligned with truth. Paul literally describes ego versus observer. Open quote, I do not do the good I want to do, but the evil I do not want to do. This I keep on doing. Romans 7:19, close quote. Who is noticing this conflict? The observer, the spirit, the soul. Be still and know that I am God. This isn't about worship posture. Be still equals silence the ego. Know equals awareness, I am. Consciousness itself. Jesus also says, open quote, the kingdom of God is within you, close quote, not outside, not after death, within awareness.
I thought that was deep too, right? Because again, in the Bible, it says nothing new is under the sun. These same concepts and principles are not just only in the Christian Bible. They're universal concepts. That's why Break Room, I think, did a phenomenal job trying to let y'all know what the universal 12 laws of karma. And that I came in with alley oop for those who might be scared that she might be teaching you something pagan or whatever, or demonic. I just came in to let y'all know every law she gave you, there's a Bible verse similar to, in concept to what is being said and taught. Here's your religion saying the same thing. The Hindu or the Buddhist might be calling it this or karma. Your Bible saying the same thing. You reap what you sow. Same thing. Even though me and mentors was completely in disagreement on that, right? I like this part where it says Paul literally described ego versus the observer. This he actually did. This is a great a great verse that ChatGPT pulled up to give an example. I do not do the good I want to do, but the evil I do not want to do. This I keep on doing. I'm going to say it again. I do not do the good I want to do, but the evil I do not want to do. This I keep on doing. The evil. The observer is the one who's saying, I don't want to do this. That his soul, the you of the you versus versus yourself. The soul is right in that. I don't want to do this, but I do it. I do the evil, right? But I don't. But I keep doing this, right? It's in the Bible. The observer, the spirit, the soul, right? What else it said? I just thought that was a good verse. And then of course, when Jesus tells people that the kingdom is within them, people seeking the kingdom and the kingdom's over here to the left, or the kingdom's to the right, or the kingdom's in the sky or in heaven. Jesus come down here and tell these people the kingdom is inside them. What's inside you besides your flesh, your bone, and your heart? Your awareness, your consciousness, your soul, or and the spirit of God connected to you. Because I remember I tried to explain that to people where I think the soul and spirit is two separate things. The soul is who you are. The spirit is just the energy that generates you, that keeps you going. It's the power. The spirit is the power. The soul is you, right? But I explained that too. I think I was on the phone with my sisters when that came up. But that's another Bible study. I don't want to go too far off. The spirit is the powering force, the energy, and the soul is who you actually are. So be still and know that I am God. This isn't about a worship posture, but be still, silence the ego, silence the flesh, same thing. Know equals awareness. I am. You remember how God in the New Testament called himself, I am that I am. I am the I am. The I am is consciousness itself, right? So I thought that was deep. So who is noticing the conflict? The observer. Okay, so but yeah, Paul even put that out. He noticed that his body does whatever the hell it wants to do, and he don't like it.
Ego versus observer. Ego, flesh, pride, fear, reactivity, image protection. Observer, spirit, discernment, humility, truth, peace. That's why repentance means, open quote, change your mind, close quote. Not guilt, awakening. Neuroscience, the observing self versus the narrative.
It's just funny on here because I noticed what triggered mentors the other day because I told them, everybody knows repentance means to change your mind. And here go ChatGPT saying the same thing. I just thought that was funny. But ego means, the ego is the flesh, the pride, the fear, the reactive, the image, the protection. The observer is the soul, you want to say spirit, the discernment, the humility, the truth, or the peace. So to change your mind. So not guilt, but awakening.
Self. Now let's ground it in biology. The brain has two selves. Neuroscience confirms this. The narrative self, ego, built in the default mode network, DMN, creates stories, identity, past-future loops, rumination, overactive in, anxiety, depression, narcissism, trauma loops. This is the character. The observing self, awareness, activates during mindfulness, meditation, self-reflection, flow states, linked to prefrontal cortex, reduced emotional reactivity, increased emotional regulation. Studies show when you observe thoughts, their emotional charge weakens. That's not spiritual, that's measurable. Big neuroscience mic drop. You cannot observe a thought and be fully possessed by it at the same time. Observation interrupts automatic behavior. That's freedom. Universal truth, all three agree. Across Buddhism, Christianity, and neuroscience, ego, false self, observer, soul. Reactive, responsive, identity-based, awareness-based, fear-driven, truth-oriented, needs control, needs clarity, loud, silent, defensive, different languages, same reality. Hash strong unifying line for your show. You can say this verbatim if you want. Open quote, Buddhism calls it awareness, Christianity calls it the spirit. Neuroscience calls it the observing self. But they're all pointing to the same thing. You are not the character, you are the consciousness noticing the character. Close quote. If you want next.
Okay. All right.
Perfect.
All right. So let's walk this back a little bit. Let me answer Kawani's question. You said, so who's choosing between the spirit and the flesh? What do you mean? Can you reword that for me, please, so I can understand the question? So who's choosing between the spirit and the flesh? Can you help me out with that? Next question, do you, Neo, believe people without a monologue can somehow get it or just don't have conscious? I heard of that, and I'm just curious, and I'm not trying to be funny. They claim that there's people who say they don't hear their voice. They can't, they can't, you know how we can in our head have a thought like they claim they don't. How do you really check that they can't hear? Like it's not like they can get in these people's brain and play with our thoughts out loud. How do they know that these people are not actually hearing their own voice and they don't know that it's their voice? You know what I'm saying? They think a thought sounds like them. That was one of those things I was a little questioning about. I wanted to do more research about that, but I was like, just like for example, when they keep saying dolls are colorblind, how the fuck do they know that? It's not like the dolls can say, I'm colorblind. They might see colors different than how we perceive colors. How the fuck do they know that? You know what I'm saying? So when they said that, when I first heard that, I was like, them people could be lying to y'all, or they don't know that their fucking voice is their thought. I mean, they thoughts sound like their voice. Like how do you repeat a song back or you memorize when people look at something and be like, say it in their head, memorize these numbers. 31930, 31930, 31, and then they can't silently say in their head 31930. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I'd be like, how the fuck do they know these people can't hear shit in their head? Especially if they saying they don't have it, then how they know it's girl, please. When I first heard that shit, I said, them people could be fucking lying, but girl, who knows? But anywho, but that first question that you asked me, if you want to reword this one, because I'm not really sure what you asking me on that one. Oh, you said, okay, who chooses right and wrong That's what I meant. Okay, so just in case if you missed did you see the one with me and Chocolate Kitty was going back and forth for that? All right, so right and wrong is something that we know that are things that community come together and come up with principles that based off of morals and ethics, right? Things that people deem right and wrong, right? I had to, help sis understand that good and bad is not the same as right and wrong, right? Like when she gave me the example, like say if a woman was enslaved, like in the movie Beloved, and the parent killed, unalive their child, right? So the child won't have to live a life of slavery, right? I said it's bad. It caused harm because bad mean causing harm. It's bad that she killed her husband. Killed her kids. But was it wrong? Can I ethically say that? I mean, some people rather be deceased than to live in captivity. Like at the end of the movie Black Panther, you remember the Killmonger character who what's the name? Michael B. Jordan played. His character said that, shout out to his ancestors who knew death was better than captivity or something like that. Y'all know the words. Basically, he's saying it's better to be deceased than to be a slave, right? So I couldn't say she was wrong for unaliving her kids, right? So those are concepts that we come up with ethically. This is ethically acceptable, or these morals or principles that we come up collectively. Because here in America, we do no longer sell. Women are no longer considered property, right? Women are slowly getting the same amount of rights as men, right? Except for the abortion thing, we kind of took 10 steps back with that. But women can say no. If a man wants to marry her and get on her knees and say, I want to marry you, she can say no, right? If a man try to force her to have sex, she can say no. And the law says if he forces himself on her, married or not, he's going to jail, right? So but in other countries, we know in the Middle East, people have arranged marriages, what they call child brides, right? Some people think it's okay that your wife is 9, right? Sick, right? Because culturally, the way I grew up over here, we know that's sick, right? But that's how those right and wrong concepts come into place. So we determine what's right and wrong. Now, good and bad, that's based off of harm, right? That's why I gave her an example. Like if me and you both caught a rash, the rash is caused by a bacterial. The doctor gives me and you the same medication because we got the same rash caused by the same bacteria. He gives me and you the same medication. You take the medication, no side effects. I take a medication, I got diarrhea, I got headaches, bloating. They would say I had a bad reaction because it's causing me harm. But the medication itself, ethically and morally, nothing wrong with it. Antibiotics don't save plenty of people's lives, right? Plenty of people. Helped me when I had strep throat. But like in 2017 or 18, that worst shit I ever went through. When I had that damn strep throat, I had to go to the emergency room, right? But that's how we determine right and wrong. That's why when people try to use the Bible as their moral compass, I often remind them, sis, you might want to reread it because the Bible's not a good place to get your morals and ethics from. I'm sorry. It's probably a good place to get some wisdom on how people act as an adult and how to stay away from evil, wicked people, but it's not the best place to get your morals from. Because you remember in that book, a prophet got made fun of, and God pissed. I guess he asked God to send some bears, and the bears ate some children, killed some kids. Because they was making fun of a prophet of God having a bald head, as if that's what kids are kids. They little mean motherfuckers, right? Have no chill. They be your own children that will roast the hell out of you. It was one of my peoples told me that Facebook was for old people. It had me feeling old as shit. Anytime my older nephew asked me what year I was born, anytime I say 19, he go 19, like 1900. Like he does that every time. I be like, you know what I'm saying? I'm a millennial, nigga. But kids are the worst. We know they do that. But in the Bible, a prophet sent some bears to eat some kids because they made fun of his head being bald. You know, and there's songs in the Bible, right? There's songs in the Bible where they praise dashing infants against rocks. That people singing songs said that they can't wait for the day that they can take their enemies' kids and bash their heads against rocks, right? But people say God loves the world. God loves everybody, right? That's what I was trying to say on Break Rooms Live. Like, I don't care what y'all say. God ain't never say that. Y'all the one who keeps saying God said that. But things that's written down in the Bible, there ain't no scripture of God saying he loved the world. He loved his favorite people according to that Bible. He definitely said that he loved them, right? That's why they can make songs saying they can't wait to dash your kids' heads up against rocks. You know, like not trying to be funny. You know, I probably don't, Dad, I done dropped down to 7 people. I must have really pissed some people off. That's the lowest. Hopefully they catch the playback, child. Girl, that'll drop down to 7. But sure, I appreciate you sticking in here, Kawani. You and Terry, you know. So better than bondage. Terry, yeah, that's the quote. Thank you, Terry. Terry's sticking it out too, right, buddy? So appreciate you, Terry. Love you, bro. But you and Terry sticking it out. But that's the stuff when I be like, y'all might not want to use the Bible. This is not a good place to get, you know what I'm saying? Like, remember at one point, eye for eye, tooth for a tooth, you feel what I'm saying? Like, the Bible used to be crazy. Like, people got stoned for working. If you got caught picking up sticks, you getting killed, right? And that happened in the Bibles. You pick up sticks on the Sabbath, they gonna stone you, throw rocks at you until you die. You feel what I'm saying? So, but yeah, yeah. So there's plenty of things in the Bible I would say you might not want to use. You might not want to get your ethics and standards from there. You know what I'm saying? The Bible says a girl is a woman when she get her period. We don't believe that here. You know, in America, 18, she's an adult. And even if she's 18 and your creepy ass like 40 or 50, we still gonna look at you as a perv. So there's a lot of stuff that I wouldn't, you know, shoot. One more. The Bible, there's a story in the Bible, because you know how people say Christians are so against abortion, right? They just so against it. They just, oh, God preserve life and God is about protect. There is literally abortion in the Bible, right? Ethically, they want to talk about ethics and moral. If your husband, according to the scripture, right, if your boo suspect that kid ain't yours, he supposed to take you to a priest and make you drink poison, right? Poison. And if that baby dies, it wasn't his, right? Even though poison would kill anybody, right? You know what I'm saying? But they used to have God was okay killing babies if it wasn't your husband's baby, right? So I used to tell people, nah, let's not go with the ethics and morals when it comes down to the Bible, because you're gonna be surprised if we go through it. So God was not playing, especially in that Old Testament, right? But abortion is definitely in the Old Testament. I don't know which Bible they reading, but they ain't reading the King James, the one that America's out, because they would see that abortion is in the Bible. God say, fuck them kids if it ain't your husband kid. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, to the point that they are cursed if you have kids outside of marriage. If you have legitimate kids, God say he cursing them for 10 generations. They can't even come into the assembly of the Lord for 10 generations, right? But okay, I'm done. Let me stop, because they going to really get mad at me now, Lord. They going to be, go ahead, babe, you can fix your food. So, but let me get out of here, yeah. Let me get, because y'all don't get me started. Kawani, don't get me started, sis. You think they was mad on Break Room channel? They better be glad only 9 people can really hear what the fuck I'm saying right now. Because you think that boy was calling me he kept calling me a heathen, a blasphemer, and I'm going to hell, and I don't know. He was calling me a whole bunch of shit. But you think that now, when they really want me to break that shit down, they gonna call me everything but a child of God, bro. So, but yeah, let me go ahead. Like I said, now it's up to 12. But like I was saying, you think them people be mad at me now? Shit. They don't want me to break down that shit, because boy, I had them questioning everything. But all right, I digress. But no, I would not, a Neo's humble opinion, I would not suggest you get your ethics and your morals from the Bible, personally. But anyway, all right. So back to this. I want to go back to the neuroscience of the people who studying this stuff, the observer across science or whatever. I like where it says the brain has two selves. The neuroscience confirmed this. The narrative self, the ego, built in the default mode, the network, what they call the DMN. Let me see what it says. Create stories, identity, past and future loops. Let me see. Reminiscence. Let me see. Overactive and anxiety, depression, narcissism, trauma loops. This is all a character, right? Where is the part where it says, did I read it? I might have to play this one again. I'm gonna play this part again because I think I forgot. Because it was a good part. It was a good. Well, I must have forgot a slide. I think I forgot a slide, and I lost my train of thought. Trying to teach y'all the damn Bible. I'm just gonna play this part one more time over again, and then I'm gonna move forward. We almost done, y'all. We are almost out of here. I'm glad I did a part 2 to this, though.
Perfect. Let's anchor the observer conscious soul across Buddhism, Christianity, and neuroscience so your audience sees this isn't woo, it's ancient biological experiential truth. I'll keep the language clean, quotable, and live ready. The observer across traditions and science. Buddhism, the witness.
All right, here you go, crashing again. ChatGPT need to find a better way for this replay thing. Like, they got too much going on for this thing to suck the way it does. I guess when you stay paused for too long, it crashes or something. Your wine glass is just up though. No, I'm talking about. I know one of them broke. Did you look at the top shelf? Yeah, I did. The only ones I see is this. Now I know one of your glasses broke from the last time we had on States. All right. I said, all right, I'm almost done. All right. Let's see what up. Queen Ye being feisty. Let me go ahead and get on. I don't want to sleep on the couch tonight, y'all, so give me a second. Give me 1 second. This ChatGPT crashed, and now I'm trying to go back to it. But we almost done. We just got to get to the. Where is it? I ain't gonna play that part over. I think y'all got the gist of it, and then Queen Ye's getting impatient, child. So let's see. Let's see. I think this is the second part of your brain where this is the observing, the self-awareness, the active during mindfulness, meditation, self-reflection, flow state, your prefrontal cortex, reduce emotional reactivities, increase emotional regulation. Studies show when you observe thoughts, they are emotion. Oh shit. Okay, so studies show when you observe thoughts, their emotional charge weakens. I think that's deep. I probably have to really look that up to see what study that is. That's not supernatural, that's measurable. Now, if it's true, then that's a fair statement. Big neuroscience mic drop. You cannot observe a thought and be fully possessed by it at the same time. I think that's deep. I really think that's deep. Observation interrupts automatic behavior. That's freedom. Yep, people change when they realize they being observed. It kind of remind me of that slick, that particle slick experiment when people was measuring, when they was measuring the atoms. Was it atoms? What was things called? They weren't atoms. Damn, what them shits called? When they was measuring I'm gonna have to. It's this thing that I came across when I was trying to look into some information about quantum physics, and it's called split. What's called the split something experiment. What is that shit called? The double split experiment is light, a wave, or a particle. Yeah, I definitely would. I can't wait to talk to y'all about that one because that one blew my mind when it showed that particles change or behave different when they realize they've been observed. Like it's some deep shit with that. I was like, ooh, that's some like I gotta break that down, but for the sake of time, I can't because, like I said, Queen Ye is definitely in my ass right now. But it's this thing that show when particles are being observed, they behave different versus when they're not being observed. I thought that was just cool. But it's called the double split experiment. Okay. Do you mean like the ones that are using to explain multi-universe? Do you mean the ones that's I don't even know what part you're talking about. Do you mean like the ones that are using? Yeah, I know some people believe in the multi-universe theory. I think it's a fun theory. You know, so I'm a Marvel person. I'm always watching Marvel. But there's some people who believe in time worms, and there have been people who gave testimonies that they woke up in a different reality, right? So that can be another one that I could put in the Deep Thought Thursday or the Supernatural Sundays, so we could talk about people who claim they went into a different dimension or a different timeline, that it was their life, but it was another version of themselves. So who knows? Anything is possible, man. If God is unlimited, then unlimited means unlimited. That means beyond the Bible too, right? So, all right. All right, let me get to the next part. Okay, my bad, y'all. Just trying to figure out where I left off at. Trying to get through this shit. ChatGPT need to really have a better way to navigate through this. This is ridiculous. I don't even know where the next section is. All right, so I'm gonna go to the next part because I can't find the other part about wrapping that part up. So this part we're gonna talk about African religions, and what they say about the soul and the observer. These are African traditional. These are African traditions and the observer. The conscious soul. And let's just see what some of these famous African religions, because Africa is a continent. Different people keep grouping Africa as one country. It's not a country, it's a continent. But different countries in Africa and their religions. So let's just see what they say about that. I'm almost done, y'all. I promise you. So I'm almost done. We almost done.
Absolutely. And I'm really glad you're grounding this in African cosmology, because what you're calling the observer was already understood long before colonization, just described in African language instead of Western psychology or church doctrine. I'll walk you through key African folk/traditional spiritual systems you can confidently reference on your show, specifically tying them to the observer/conscious soul. This will resonate deeply with Black American audiences. African traditions and the observer, ancient Kemet, Egypt, Ka, Ba, Ak. Let's start here because this is foundational. Ancient Egyptians did not believe the soul was one thing. They taught multiple layers of self. Ka, life force, vitality, energy that animates the body. Ba, personality, emotions, character. This maps to ego. Ak, the awakened, observing consciousness, the luminous self. Ak is the part that transcends identity and survives death. It is not reactive, it is aware. Translation for your audience. Open quote. Our ancestors already knew the personality is not the soul, awareness is. This maps perfectly to observer versus ego. Yoruba, Nigeria, Ori, Ara. Yoruba spirituality is incredibly precise. Ara, the physical body, Emi, breath, life force, given by the creator. Ori, inner head, destiny consciousness, higher self. Ori is not the ego. Ori is the inner witness that knows your path, observes your choices, guides alignment versus misalignment. When someone acts out of ego, Yoruba would say, open quote, they are not aligned with their Ori, close quote. Observer translation, open quote. Ori is the part of you that knows when you're out of alignment, even if your ego argues otherwise, close quote. That's the soul watching the character. Akan.
Okay, so in Yoruba, Nigeria, the Ori is what they actually call the soul, you know. Ori is not the ego. Ori is the inner witness. I thought that was cool to learn that. The Ari, no, yeah, it's the Ari is the physical body, and what's called Ami is the breath or the life force, or what I like to say, the spirit. But yeah, I just want y'all to see other traditional ancient religions have these same concepts, and they're not just in one religion. You find some of these principles in like all of them.
Kra and Sunsum. The Akan people clearly distinguished awareness from personality. Kra, divine spark, soul consciousness, comes directly from God. Sunsum, personality, temperament, emotional self. Sunsum can be reactive, immature, inflated, defensive. Kra is calm, grounded, observing, eternal. Keyline you can say, open quote, our ancestors knew your personality is temporary, your awareness is divine, close quote. Congo cosmology, Kalunga and Mvumbi. This one is powerful for explaining ego death and awakening. Mvumbi, physical body, material self. Kalunga, boundary between worlds, life, death, consciousness. Congo spirituality teaches that consciousness moves between states and awareness is not confined to the body. The observer is the part that watches life unfold, transitions between realms, exists beyond time. Translation, open quote, the body plays the role, the soul watches the journey. Close quote. Vodun, West, Central Africa, and Haitian Vodou, C. and Gibon. Contrary to propaganda, Vodun is deeply psychological and spiritual. See spiritual energy, consciousness. Gibon, character, habits, emotional reactions. Possession in Vodun is symbolic. Ego steps aside, consciousness expands, observer state increases. You can say, open quote, possession isn't loss of self, it's ego stepping back so spirit can speak. Close quote. What colonization did? Colonization simplified the soul into one thing, demonized African cosmology, replaced inner knowing with external authority, taught obedience over awareness. This is why reclaiming observer consciousness feels dangerous to power systems. Awakened people don't submit easily. African truth that connects all of this across African traditions, ego, personality, observer, soul, temporary, eternal, reactive, grounded, learned, innate, social, divine, defended, witnessed, different names, same wisdom. Strong line for your show. You can say this verbatim, open quote, before colonization, our ancestors already understood that you are not your personality. You are the consciousness watching it. The observer is not new. It was just renamed and then buried, close quote. If you want next, I can create a visual African cosmology chart for screen.
All right.
Tie this
So that's pretty much it. And I just let that play for the sake of time. And it's no point in me like going through the different African religions. But as you can see, it gathered some stuff from Central Africa, West Africa, and East Africa. And that they all, in their spiritual system, have this thing where they recognize the soul. Some of them call it a witness or observer, right? They know that your body and who you are is not the same thing. Your Ori, you know what I'm saying? Like they recognize the soul, and that some of these things were taken from us due to colonization, right? Regardless if you believe if you was in America or you're descended from an African slave, like I believe, that some of this spiritual suppression they did to us to brainwash us, so we would submit to their cruel behavior, right? Enslaving us and giving us their version of God and their understanding of God. That's why some people have no problem with seeing a white Jesus, even though it don't look nothing like them, right? But you heard that ChatGPT say, hey, awakened people ain't people who are awakened and know thyself and know their history and their bloodline and their people. You can't control them people. Oh, people who are awake, you can't manipulate them. You can't awake them. They have not lost their identity. They know who they are. That's why a lot of them do the best that they can to suppress, especially us here in these America, who's in North America, the Caribbeans, and wherever they dispersed us at, right? That's why they play games. The system, what I like to call the system. That's why they play games with your identity all the damn time. That's why y'all argue about if you're an Israelite, are you a Native American, are you a Moor, are you a star seed? Why you think black people in this country, we the only people so confused in the world of what we are. Everybody else except where they come from. We the only ones arguing and fighting with each other and calling each other out of names and disrespecting each other because we don't want to do the real proper research and actually do the work to find out where we come from. Even though I spoke to my family, at least my mom's side, I know West Coast Africa, somewhere in there, right? Right. But that's why we argue and fight all the time. You got some people who gonna stay in the European religion, Christianity, right? They gonna stay believing it. They scared to go into hell, right? That's the religion that they was taught. That was the indoctrination. Their grandmother prayed. Their great grandmother prayed. That's all they know, right? Nobody sat down and broke it down to them. Yeah, but that was forced upon you. So if it's forced, is it God? Is it divinely God? If it was you were forced to believe in this religion, you know? And then the force was done through beating and raping, right? And enslavement on top of that. It wasn't missionary. They forced it on you. So it's just some of those things. I said I don't spend time arguing with that stuff with people like I used to. Am I more? Am I Native American? These people are getting their facts from YouTube videos. Never read a encyclopedia a day in their life and never traveled any goddamn well. I keep telling y'all know it's Chief Littleboat when he was over there in Montana and those reservations. Notice he never turned on that camera and showed y'all what them people look like who's in that reservation. Notice, because I peeped there. I said, I'm wondering when he gonna show the people. The reason why he's not gonna show the people how they actually look, because I done been to Montana. I don't see the Native Americans in Montana. They don't look like his black ass, or my black ass, or your black ass. They look like Native Americans that we know are still here, who never left, and that the people stole their land. They look like them people. That's why he won't turn on that damn camera when he's over there working in their reservations and trying to find out, his identity. Notice that Chief Littleboat wouldn't turn on that camera. I met plenty of Native Americans when I was on the West Coast of America, plenty of them. And then I met some in Florida, because y'all know they used to let us go to the reservations in Florida. We used to take field trips and go see them. Some of them are darker skinned, but you can still see some phenotypes are different. And it's well documented that a lot of slaves ran into these people's land when they was escaping. And plenty of times they helped or they enslaved, depending on which tribe they ran to. But they made it. They also made it with each other, right? But you know, I digress because I peeped that. So I bet you won't turn on that camera and show y'all what them people look like. Bet you he won't. He's showing y'all the dogs, all the dogs all over there. This reservation, they got a bunch of dogs. He's showing y'all the dogs, won't show y'all the people because they don't look nothing like his black ass. Nigga look like a Nigerian. He look like a Nigerian, right? They don't. So, but anywho, I digress. I don't want to start nothing. Because, you know, he'll respond to me, but he won't respond to Nasty Nate. So, but all right. So, let me see. I think that's it for that. Yeah, I think that was the end of that, y'all. That was the end of my presentation. So I hope some of y'all probably, you know, I'm glad some of y'all enjoyed, y'all stuck around the 4 hours while we talked about this. This is the part of the live that I didn't get to do the first time, but I definitely wanted to make sure I got the second time. I appreciate you, Kawani, actually engaging. Tinkers, of course, supporting. Miss Dee Dee was in here earlier. I think she's still in here. Miss Dee Dee let me know she was here. So I appreciate you sticking in, Terry, of course. Like, y'all sticking it out. So if there's any questions for me, if not, I'm going to go ahead and end this live. But just remember, like, the sew it up, you know, to sum it up. Basically what I'm saying, that you and yourself are not the same. Yourself is the body, the ego that experience these things. You, who you actually are, the inner you, is the soul, the observer, who's aware that these things are happening, right? And when you are aware of your awareness, nothing in this matrix can control you. You learn how to combat this stuff, right? And then you learn how to live in your own peace. You know, I mean, I know it feels like a prison down here because sometimes I say this feels like a prison. You know, like this can't be because somebody ate a goddamn piece of fruit. I refuse. It's too much shit out there. You know what I'm saying? I refuse that the world sucks because somebody ate a piece of fruit off a tree, right? Especially with an all-powerful God. You know, not buying that story at all. It's an allegory to me, right? But yeah, so it's deep. Supernatural Sunday. I'm gonna talk about the. Should I save that for Deep Dive Thursday? Because I know y'all voted for the skin ranch, the Walker skin ranch thing. But I kind of want to break down that because y'all know I love to teach. I kind of want to break down that hell thing to y'all too, to let people know. So which hell am I supposed to be afraid of? Because I'm not afraid of none of them, right? Because I'm trusting in purpose and destiny. So I don't have nothing to fear. But you said York was trying to claim sovereignty and had a lot of people claiming and giving up his social security number. It was crazy. Man, people, it's unfortunate. Man, I told you my homeboy wanted me to do a live about cult leaders, man. But that dude, man, that man was off. You say, you know, that is some of York's teachings also. Yeah, well, we're not going to call it York's teachings because York just got them from people who've been saying it. All these African traditional religions that I brought up, like the ones from the West Coast, stuff is ancient, right? It's not his teachings. It's stuff he bit off of. You know what I'm saying? He didn't come up with this stuff. This was not original to his thought. You know what I'm saying? Clearly, he wasn't a chosen person if he had an appetite for churn. You know what I'm saying? You feel what I'm saying? So it wasn't his teachings. But I agree with you that even though I did never watch him, I agree with you that he probably taught some of these things. And then you know they mix a lot of this stuff up. They'll fabricate things and mix some truth with the, you know, and then act like it's something brand new. But the truth is people are just ignorant to the information. I was very ignorant to this stuff when I was a Christian. The only thing I thought was truth was the Bible. Why? Because the Bible says Jesus was the truth, the way, and the light, the truth, the way, whatever. So the way I was doctrinated, truth was that, what was being told to me. But now I learned truth can be subjective, right? And there's some absolute truth, and there's truth based off of people's perspective and what they believe. You know, so Kawani said, great live. You should do a teaching on the cults. I think I might. Because that Dr. York thing was wild. That Nature Boy stuff was wild. But you know what? Before I leave, there is one video I do want to play. Since let me see. Let me see. Do I want to play that? Let me see. Let me see. Where is that? Let me see how long it is. Where I got this video at? Is it under my playlist? Let me see something. It's a video I used to play all the time to help break down truth. So people who are, taking the red pill and learning how to critically think, I like to play this one particular video that teaches them what is truth and how to discern truth and how truth is came about, because truth and facts are not the same thing. So I'm trying to remember where I have that video at. I was trying to see if it was in my playlist because I used to have it somewhere because I used to play it all the time. It ain't under that one, it ain't under that. Oh, where is that damn video? I would love to play that video for y'all, but I don't know where I put it at. Oh, I wish I knew where that damn video. I have no idea where I put it at. If I don't find it in the next 30 seconds, I'm going to give up. Because I used to have it in a playlist. I found it. Yay. Because I sure was going to give up if I couldn't find it in the next. All right, I'm going to play this for y'all. If you got any questions, drop it. And if not, I'm going to go ahead and end. But this video is only 5 minutes, but it's deep. Well, it's not deep, but it's very. I like how the person who made it broke down what is truth. I like how they explained it. So let's just go ahead and listen to this. For those who trying to critically think, this is a good demonstration, animation on truth, how truth is determined, how people perceive truth, how people conclude that things are truth, group thinking and all that. So let's check this out, and then I'm gonna let y'all go.
Is truth? What is truth? And not the opposite of a lie kind of truth, but the feeling inside of knowing something, that kind of truth. Here's a quick quote from Albert Einstein. If you can't explain it to a 6-year-old, you don't understand it yourself. I'll try to follow the suggestion in his quote, and it's very possible that 6 and 7-year-olds and some advanced 5-year-olds may understand this better than some adults. So, what is truth? Let's say we have a ball. The ball is 2 colors split down the middle. Half of the ball is orange and half is green. 2 people are standing, one on each side. Nobody is allowed to lie and must tell the truth. Remember, it's not a test for verbally spoken truth, but the feeling, knowing, believing kind of truth. The person on the left tells the person on the right, it's an orange ball. The person on the right answers, no, it's a green ball. And they begin to argue about it. This is what the person on the left sees, and this is what the person on the right sees. One person sees an orange ball, the other sees a green ball. What is the truth? Let's bring in a third person. That person is you. Yes, you, the one watching this video. You see two people arguing whether a ball is orange or green when you know it's both colors. You also know that neither person can see the other side of the ball, so you know from their point of view, they're both right. This would be your perspective, or point of view, or truth. Now, a fourth person is standing nearby, knows that there's a yellow light shining on the ball that nobody else sees, making it look orange and green when in fact it's a red and blue ball. So what's the truth now? Let's use this multicolored soccer ball to represent many people. And let's say each person can only see one spot or color on the ball. Once again, nobody is allowed to lie and must tell the truth. After everyone finishes saying, it's a yellow ball, it's a blue ball, it's a white ball, and all the other colors, the ones who see yellow start grouping together because they see the same thing. And the ones who see blue start grouping together because they're seeing the same thing. Then each group starts thinking the other groups are wrong. So they all begin arguing about who's right. The word truth means a fact or belief that is accepted as true, or something provable or verifiable. Have all the people who see yellow verified and proved the ball to be yellow? Yeah. Have all the people who see blue verified and proved amongst themselves that the ball being blue is indeed a fact? Yes, again. And remember, no one is lying. Let's bring in the third person again. You. What do you see? Don't you wish you could just tell them all it's a multicolored ball and that they're all wrong? Or should you see if that fourth person is somewhere nearby with more information than what you already have? Can truth change? Well, if the two people in the beginning were shown that the ball has two colors, one on each side, then wouldn't the truth they believed in the beginning change? And if they met the fourth person who knows about the light, then wouldn't it change again? Truth could be thought of as just a temporary belief of knowing something in a moment of time until it advances and then changes.
So, so again, I really like this video because I used to play it all the time. Over there when I used to debate. Today you are you, and that is truer than true. There is no one alive who is youer than you, right? That part. But this is why I often, when I debate people, even when I'm disagreeing with people like Chief Little Boat or whoever I'm disagreeing with religion, I get that I see things from my perspective, right? Like the you part, not the people who was arguing about the color of the ball. When he said the person you, the person from seeing this from this perspective, that's why I go and get scholars and sources. Okay, let me go get a study on that. Let me go see what the experts, people who has a better advantage and a different point of view than you, because they have an understanding. Like someone who studies history or neuroscience and stuff. I go look at the experts and see what they are claiming about these certain things. And unfortunately, the expert voices are very, very, very diminished in the world in the world of information, where a lot of the information that you come across is misinformation. It's a bunch of people, you want to be YouTubers, want to be teachers, their egos in a way, just lying or can't comprehend, or, running with half lives, or, whatever. It's hard, you like to be like Neo X or have the standard of like me, myself, Neo X. I had to learn how to sift through the misinformation. and had to accept when something was incorrect, even if I truly wanted to believe that it was opposite. You know, I had to say, let me go find the experts. The expert is the person, the fourth person that he brought in who knows, hey, there's the light is actually, the ball is actually red and blue, but this light is shining on this light. Shining on the ball, and that's why people are seeing different perspectives. You have to get somebody who knows what they're talking about, not a YouTuber, you know, or a quick Google. Because as you can see, Google will agree with any person's perspective, you know, based on how you ask the question. I proved that with mentors. When I told him, okay, are you going to accept the response that Google gives me when I ask it a question, right? So I like that truth can just be based off a perspective. There is something that is a absolute truth, right? The light shining on the ball is an example. But sometimes people only believe what they're convinced of, and they base their beliefs off the facts that they know, right? So I encourage people to be a little open-minded before you be dismissive or trying to send me to hell, right? Why don't you just go research the stuff I'm saying? Just look it up. I remember when I had to do that, right? I remember when I first heard Kevin Wesley make a video and he said none of the characters in the Bible historically existed. None of them. Then I went to go look. Dude might be on to something. What do you mean? I'm sure there's a record of Paul. I'm sure there's a record of Peter and all that. No records. No original manuscript. No grave sites. Have no idea where these people are buried, right? So it be things like that. Instead of getting mad and getting offended, you know what I'm saying? If you don't want to hear what I say, don't come. You see, I would teach a whole show and 9 people will watch, right? But don't be trying to be messy and start shit and saying, listen, just go look. But if you don't care, you don't care. That's so cool. You don't have to care. I'm here to teach who's meant to hear this stuff. But yeah, that's why I said that's what I encourage you. Instead of getting defensive, if you just go do the research and prove me wrong, that'll humble me real quick, you know. But I do trust what experts say because I know they have a better advantage than I do in a different perspective because they actually know how things function. I would never give y'all a lesson on brain surgery. Never. I don't even know how to pronounce the proper word or what brain surgery is. I stay in my lane. But I don't deny truths once they're being presented to me in facts. So, all right, family, that's it. I don't see no questions. Again, I'm glad y'all enjoyed the live. Tinkerbell's still holding strong. I appreciate you, sis. Yeah, but all right then. All right, remember your life is your holy book. All is well, because all will be well. I catch y'all tomorrow. We're gonna talk about the different hells that people should be afraid of. You know, if they afraid of one hell, be afraid of them all because there's multiple religions that teach multiple hells. So we're gonna deep dive into that tomorrow. So make sure y'all hit the like button to the playback game. You know I love you. You know you're my favorites. Hit that like button, okay? Thank you for coming back. So, all right, family. Catch y'all in the next one. We're gonna leave with the song that Keisha said her grandbaby liked. The you or yourself song.
Yeah. They think I'm mad. Nah.
Appreciate that, Tinkers.
Big difference. Is it you or yourself?
I can't wait till more people discover me. That's what I'm trying to get out of this algorithm. Trying to get out of this matrix. It's scary over here in the beef tube sector. It's scary. I want out. But hopefully more people will see that I have more to offer. So thank you for letting me know this was a good live. Appreciate it, sis.
Yeah. They think I'm mad. Nah. I'm awake. Big difference. Is it you or yourself? Who talking when you melt? Is it truth or the image you felt? Yeah. Is it you or yourself? Ego crying for help. I don't react, I observe, I step back. Is it you or yourself? Who lie when exposed? Who fall when the light get close? I see the thought, I don't chase it. I see the rage, I don't face blame. Not tryna war with the mirror. Observer sitting adjacent. If they emotional, triggered, impatient. I be watching the panic, it's vacant. Truth on yellow, just standing. Ego scream when it can't fake it. Identity shaky, it cracking. Soon as the spotlight active, soon as the lies get questioned, now everybody get frantic. I ain't defensive, I'm present. I ain't offended, I'm conscious. If I could see the reaction, then I ain't trapped in the process. Is it you or yourself? Ego crying for help. I don't react, I observe, I step back. Is it you or yourself? Who's talking, you melt? Is it truth or the image you felt? Is it you or yourself? Ego crying for help. I don't react, I observe, I step back. Is it you or yourself? Who lie when exposed? Who fall when the light get close? Ancestors whisper in silence. Ego loud, but it's fragile. Disconnected from Maury. That's why they acting so savage. They need crowds, they need praise, they need enemies. Stage, truth come through, no protection. Not smear, rage, engage. Projection heavy, it's obvious. They bleed in public, it's comical. If the shoe fit, they stomping it. Observe a calm, I'm bothered. I don't argue with chaos. I don't wrestle illusions. When awareness walk in the room, all the masks start losing. Who you are when nobody clapping? Who you are when the lies ain't landing? Is the truth make you feel attacked? That's ego dying, not damn it. Is it you or yourself? Who fold under pressure and tell? Is it soul or the image you sell? Is it you or yourself? Observer, breaking a spell. Once I see it, I'm free as hell. I don't crash, I clock patterns. I don't lose control. I gain vanish. Yeah. Awareness over.
I enjoyed that song because I enjoyed making it. Okay, I had fun because I was looking for a certain sound, and I said I know exactly how I want this song to sound, and I figured it out. Y'all know I'm getting better at the prompting and the lyrics and all that stuff. I was like, I like it. So I love AI. You got to learn how to prompt. It's all in the prompting. That's why some people, I don't know if y'all noticed, since I told the world how to use that app, people all of a sudden got their theme song, but everybody's theme song ain't busting like mine. Ain't nobody's songs rocking like mine. Ain't nobody's songs close, right? Because I'm learning how to prompt this AI to get the exact sound that I'm looking for, okay? Some of these kids, some of their shit sound like the 6-year-old wrote the lyrics. It's because your girl is, me and the AI, we coming together. We coming together like Voltron. I'm learning how to prompt, so I'm glad you enjoyed that song because it took me a minute to find how I wanted to sound. If y'all heard the different versions that I have, you'd be like, yeah, it took you a minute, but you got it. You got it. Because it's like different versions of that song until I got the sound I wanted. So, but yeah, so everybody's songs don't sound like mine. Everybody else shit sound flat. You know what I'm saying? Only person's song I think I like anyway is Uppers, okay? I like Uppers song, but everybody else sound a little flat. No soul, no neo-ets in it. You feel me? Call your girl if you need a theme song. But all right, family. Love y'all. See y'all tomorrow. Peace.